Before we formally start the event, let us be reminded of the following guidelines.
All the participants are expected to start and finish the program.
The use of offensive words or inappropriate actions and attitudes during the event is strictly prohibited, and such offense will be reported to the college discipline office.
To be a leader, you have to make people want to follow you. And nobody wants to follow someone who doesn't know where he is going. Good afternoon, Lasallians! Welcome to Tapatan 2021. Today will be a very exciting day because we will finally have the chance to meet the running candidates for 2021's Executive Council and Student Government. We will not only meet them, but we will also find out their projects, advocacies, platforms, and many more. To keep today's event more interesting, we will have a twist for today's meeting, the Avance. So tune in and stay till the end to find out what that twist is.
Yes, again, welcome to all our viewers. I encourage everyone to use today's official hashtag Tapatan2021. Please don't forget to include them in your post about this event or if you want to send questions for our candidates today.
To formally start our program, may we call on Ms. Donna Makatangay, the Sitem Commissioner, for our opening prayer to be followed by the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Let's all remember that we are in the most holy presence of our Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. God, the source of every good gift, you have called us together as servants to do your will. Grant us the light of your Spirit to guide us in our responsibilities as student leaders. May we work together in harmony for the common good. May we listen to one another in a spirit of genuine respect. May we encourage and reverence one another's unique talents. May we use the gifts of the Spirit in creative Christian leadership. May we approach our decision-making through discernment and prayer. And may we respond effectively to the needs of the students in our care. God of love, you give us the gift of the Holy Spirit for the common good. We pray for guidance in the matters at hand and ask that you would clearly show us the way on how to conduct our work with joy and enthusiasm. May you radiate your blessings from us to others in a spirit of new service. We ask this through Jesus Christ, the light of the world. Amen. Saint John Baptist de La Salle, live Jesus in our hearts forever. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
As a sign of respect, let us all stand straight and put our right hand on our left chest as we sing our national anthem.
Before we proceed with our program, allow us to introduce ourselves first. I am Sofia Agulto, the DLSL Comelec SEAS Co-Commissioner.
I am Vera Jane Samson, the DLSL Comelec Commissioner.
And I am Kimberly Flores, the DLSL Comelec CB member, and we are going to be your hosts for this year's Tapatan 2021.
Hello, Vera, Kim, and to all the 40 viewers on YouTube. We hope you stay tuned until the end of this event because we will help you to know our student government candidates better.
Yes, I agree. And this event is very relevant because we will be contributing and enhancing the wisdom of the students in choosing their future student government.
It will also be very intriguing and exciting because we will be assessing and testifying our candidates if they are fully knowledgeable of their responsibility and duties in enhancing students' life, responding to student concerns and grievances, and other matters related to students' journey and growth during their stay in De La Salle.
But wait, guys, I'm just curious. How can we say that this activity is tapatan if our candidates don't have any opponent or literally wala talaga silang katapat?
Well, that's a good question, Sophia. Well, despite having one party list, we will still call this event Tapatan 2021 due to the fact that the candidates katapat will be the organizations and offices coming from different sectors of the college community.
Grabe, so this is something really different, guys. And I also feel like that's way more challenging. Let's not keep our viewers waiting and officially start our program.
All right, to officially welcome us this afternoon, we would like to call on Mr. Protasio Mea, the Students Activities Officer, for the welcoming remarks.
Good afternoon to all the viewers of this Tapatan 2021, especially our organizer, the Comelec, and our SG candidates. Today, our candidates will not present their stand about the West Philippine Sea or the latest classification of ECQ, but they will present their plans and platform that will benefit the whole Lasallian community, especially our students. This pandemic did not hinder us to continue being a Lasallian servant leader. This is proven with the student government election. Even if we are in this online setup, we are still eager to elect our student representative that will be our voice to student governance. The function and activities of SD should support and promote the development of the school and welfare of the student. My message to all the candidates is that may you live up the teaching of our founder, Saint John Baptist de la Salle, in serving our co-students by living the spirit of faith, zeal for service, and communion in mission. We hope that your programs for the next academic year be an instrument that will answer the call for service of all students. To all the college students, we are encouraging you to exercise your right to vote. Your vote is very important to show your support and to promote student empowerment. It is our hope that we will be able to respond together to the issues pertaining to student welfare and achieve our common objective. Lastly, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers, panelists, and volunteers for making this activity possible. Mabuhay po tayong lahat and Animo Lasal.
Thank you for the wonderful words, Mr. Protashimea. Truly, our event this afternoon is important, most especially for the whole college community, to effectively administer and realize the spirit of election through critical and smart voting. Mute.
I hope our viewers are as excited as we are. But before anything else, we will first explain the guidelines for today's meeting, the Avance.
Each candidate Each candidate will be given a maximum of 10 minutes to address the audience that will serve as their opening statements. The time will start as soon as the candidate starts their speech. There should be a strict observance of the time limit. A signal will be given 2 minutes and 1 minute before the 10 minutes elapse to remind the speaker of their limit. Respective candidates will be allowed to recite the respective campaign shorties, including their platform, plan of actions, and other significant information in line with their candidacy. Other promotional campaign chant will be allowed upon the approval of the Student Activities Officer or any Comelec prior to the event.
The panelists will be allowed to interpolate after the presentation of the candidates. The candidates will be allowed to answer the question for 90 seconds. In case the panelists have follow-up question, the candidates will be allowed to answer the question for 30 seconds. The free column, allowing our candidates and panelists to freely discuss certain matters, will only be limited to 20 minutes.
During the open forum, the Comelec shall collate the questions and ask it during the event. The candidates are only allowed to answer the question for 60 seconds. Lastly, proper decorum must be observed at all times. Slandering or criticizing, whether implicit or direct through symbols, pictures, or actions are strictly prohibited. Unruly behavior towards other candidates or any member of the audience will be a ground for the removal of the offender from the premises.
It's now time for our panelists to be introduced. Our panelists represent DLSL College departments various sectors. Our panelists will represent four independent student organizations, two offices, and two student organizations who currently play a vital role in representing their sectors, ensuring that the candidates will be able to successfully lead the upcoming academic year based on the general wisdom of the organizations and offices, which will focus on student sectoral concerns and engagements.
As a result, they will have the opportunity to interpolate, raise questions, and post jargon questions on the direction they are advocating for and supervising.
Now, let's start introducing our panelists, starting with Vera.
For our first panelist, we have the Council of Student Organizations represented by Ms. Frances Dale Culia. The Council of Student Organization is invited to raise questions regarding the party's plans for the students' interest and leadership journey and other matters related to its functions.
For our panelist number two, we have the Student Discipline Formation Office, represented by Ms. Joanne Paulette G. Pexon. The Student Discipline Formation Office is invited to raise questions regarding students' discipline in the new normal, the student handbook revision, and other matters related to its office.
For our third panelist, the College Guidance and Counseling Center, represented by Ms. Maria Teresa Medina. The College Guidance Office is invited to raise questions regarding the party's plans for the students' mental health and other matters related to its office.
For our fourth panelist, we have the Lay Lasallian Lumières, represented by Ms. Lilette Mortanes. The Lay Lasallian Lumières is invited to raise questions regarding scholars' welfare and other matters related to its functions.
For our fifth panelist, we have the Laya, represented by Ms. Raden Raz. Laya is invited to raise questions and concerns regarding gender-responsive leadership and governance, and other matters related to its function.
For our sixth panelist, Committee on Elections, represented by Mr. Nino Angelo Lescano. The Committee on Elections shall ask, interpolate, and raise questions and concerns regarding students' socio-political engagement, leadership and governance, transparency, elections, and other matters related to its functions.
For our seventh panelists, we have the student government represented by Mr. Carl Adrian Tolentino. The student government shall ask, interpolate, and raise questions, concern, and clarifications regarding the candidates' platforms, plans, objectives, and other matters related to its functions.
For our eighth panelist, Lavoxa, represented by Mr. Joshua Perez. Lavoxa shall ask, interpolate, and raise questions, concerns, and clarifications regarding the candidate's platforms, plans, objectives, and other matters related to its functions.
Ayan, now that we've introduced our panelists, it's time for the opening statements naman ng ating candidates.
Wait guys, before that, what's the importance nga ba of voting? I often heard young teens saying, isa lang naman boto ko, wala naman nang mangyayari kung hindi ako boboto. Hindi naman ganun kahalaga ang boto ko eh.
Good question, Vera. Siguro apart from what our previous speakers have said about the importance of voting from previous webinars, personally, your vote matters. Really matter talaga. Kahit sobrang cliche yung pakinggan. As President Barack Obama said, there's no such thing as vote that doesn't matter because it all matters.
I actually agree with you, Kim, kasi every voter should keep in mind that their vote is responsible for the change of course in our nation. You are exercising your right to choose who your ideal leaders will be to run our country. One vote is equal to the opportunity of choosing a leader who will improve our nation. And our votes, of course, it matter kasi we are one vote away from choosing who determine laws and ensure you and other people's rights are protected.
Yes, you are absolutely right, Sophia. So let's hope na maging aware yung mga individuals out there who have that kind of mentality, and hopefully our viewers can also take an initiative to enlighten anybody who they know are the same.
Moving on from that, I think our viewers have waited long enough. So, eto na, let's start na. Vera and Ate Sophia.
Let us now meet our SG Executive Council candidates for academic year 2021 to 2022.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Dale Fernand Salapari Castillo, the Executive President of Elite Party. So before anything else, I would like to tell you, or I would like to let myself known through a story, the story of my leadership journey in DLSL. Before I entered the portals of this institution, see to it that I said to myself that I won't hold any position anymore because way back from my high school, I am always serving, I am always running for a position, a platform. I'm always looking for a platform to help and to integrate the things that I know. But before I entered the portals of DLSL, I said to myself, enough is enough. I think I already gave my service to my fellow students. But look, I am here once again fighting for a platform, fighting for a position. And I am Dale Castillo fighting for being the executive president of the De La Salipa student government. I am not saying that I am running for this position because I am fighting for this position, and not just a position, but a platform. And before anything else as well, I would like to tell you a story that I was once a trainee of the Lasallian League of Nurses. By becoming a trainee, I was able to comprehend the situation of my colleagues. And I was able to become the internal vice president of the Lasallian League of Nurses, as well as I am currently the executive vice president of the Student Nurses Organization of the Philippines. Given the affiliations that I have, I never regarded myself as a person who is really high. I always regarded myself as a person who is relatable to anyone because my kind of leadership will revolve in two things: being goal-oriented and being people-oriented. And I would like all of you to experience the kind of leadership that I am about to render to everyone. And from that, I am currently the SGCon governor. And from that, I would like to give you an answer on the question, bakit ako tumalon from being a governor to being an executive president? Simple answer. Before I ran for a position last academic year, I see to it that I already put my goal. And ang simple ng goal ko, there are three goals that I have. The student empowerment, the transparency, and the inclusivity. Those three. I think I achieved all of those because of the College of Nursing. And also, I have this simple goal that our FB page will reach 1,000 likes. And I think I already achieved that as well. These simple things concludes that I am already ready to take on another challenge. And from everything that I learned, I would like to integrate the things that I learned in everything that I am about to do and to render. And just to share with you, on my whole tenure as a governor, I experienced last October to be infected with COVID-19. And it's hard for me to balance being a student leader, a student, and a person who is infected. But through the help of God, through my council members, and to everyone in the College of Nursing, I was able to surpass it. And every action that I made, I see to it that it will have a meaningful impact to everyone. So once again, I am Dale Fernan Salapari Castillo, your Executive President. At para sa huli kong tagline sa taong ito, para sa daily service na maaasahan, sa daily concerns na matutugunan, Dale Fernan Salapari Castillo, your Executive President. Maraming salamat po and God bless.
Good afternoon. I am Shailene Andre Uy from the College of Business, Economics, Accountancy, and Management, aspiring to be your Executive Secretary under Elite Party List. As I was trying to formulate my own definition of leadership, it brought me back to my leadership journey. I was fortunately given the chance to serve the Lasallian community this year's Executive Secretary. During last year's campaign, I remember saying, ang kasalatan sa karanasan ay hindi kahinaan, bagkus isang pagkakataon para matuto at unahin ang puso, nagkukumahog na magbigay serbisyo. And true enough, that heart for service has been helping me despite the difficulties and adjustments that I had to make during this term. That was when I realized that a year ago I have already answered my question. I have already defined my own version of leadership. Truthfully, there is no definite set of words to truly define a leader. But I firmly believe that a leader must possess the following. First, a pair of eyes that are observant enough to see what is truly happening, a pair of ears that are able to hear his or her constituents' voices, a wise mouth brave enough to speak up, a compassionate heart fueled with passion for service, a pair of hands to materialize these visions into reality, and courage to take on the challenge. Almost a year later, and my answers still remain the same. My purpose for running they still remain the same. What changed? I asked myself the same thing. And I'd like to say that I am now a bit wiser, and I am now more confident to serve you since I have been equipped with the knowledge and skills that I initially didn't have for this position. And I intend to use this to serve you better given the chance to do so. And I hope that you will let me and the others serve you again. That would be all. Again, I am Shilin Andre Uy, running for Executive Secretary under the Elite Party List. Thank you.
Isang mapagpalang hapon sa inyong lahat. Ako si Dean Luis Maderazo ng Partidong Elite, tumatakbo para sa posisyong Executive Treasurer. Kung naaalala nyo, nung mga bata pa tayo, kapag iginogrupo tayo para sa mga projects, assignment, performance tasks, mga ganun, lagi tayong pinapapili ng leader. Tapos yung mindset natin, yung leader yung gagawa ng lahat, siya yung may mabibigat na gawain, yung matalino sa klase, yung masipag. And ito yung karaniwang iniisip natin patungkol sa isang leader o sa paglilingkod. Na ang paglilingkod ay yung mag-ako sa lahat ng gawain, na pagiging matalino lang o masipag na tipong hindi na namamahinga. And sa ilang taon ko rin na karanasan sa pagbibigay ng serbisyon sa aking mga kapwa estudyante, na-realize ko na oo, ang iba rito ay maaaring totoo na noon palang bata pa tayo, meron na tayong konting ideya sa kung ano ang leadership, ano ang paglilingkod. At bilang parte ng student government sa terminong ito, malaking parte ng aking responsibilidad ang sumagot sa pangailangan ng aking mga kapwa estudyante. At dahil dito, mas lalo ko napag-alaman na kung gaano kahalaga ang paglilingkod. Dahil base dito, masasabi ko na ito ay paraan ng pagtulong sa iyong mga kasama o pinaglilingkuran sapagkat gusto mo lang na maibigay sa kanila kung ano ang nararapat para sa kanila. Bukod dito, tinitingnan ko rin ang paglilingkod bilang lagi ang pagbibigay ng iyong best effort hanggat kaya, hanggat kailangan. And one of the most common misconceptions about leadership is having all the power to yourself. Na kapag leader ka, ikaw yung mataas, ikaw yung masusunod, ikaw lang yung pwede mag-decide. And I choose to believe that leadership is nothing like that. But it is instead about sharing the power with the people or the community that you are providing your service to. This, I think, is the most important view of how I see and define leadership. It is not about isolating yourself dahil lang leader ka, but it is more of utilizing your power to try and connect with people, your constituents, to be able to know what's the best that you can do for them, how to help and respond to them. Serving the student body is actually not an entirely new and foreign concept to me, since I have been providing service since high school as a student council officer as well. And aside from this, I have also served as a volunteer catechist. In college, I was able to take the huge step of running as a student government officer as the CBIN Finance Manager for the academic year 2019-2020 and as the CBIN Governor for this school year. Muli, at sa huling pagkakataon ay tatahaking muli ang landas ng pagiging student government officer. Ito lang ang nais kong sabihin. At ako'y tatakbong muli dahil alam ko na sa 2 taon kong paglilingkod sa aking mga kapwa Lasaryano, mas nakikita ko na ang mga kailangan baguhin at i-improve. At mas naiintindihan ko na kung ano ang kailangan ng mga kapwa ko estudyante, kaya alam ko na mas makapagbibigay ako ng mas maayos na serbisyo. Nais ko bilang isang estudyante na mabigyan ng kapwa ko Lasaryano ng pagkakataon na mas mapaigting pa ang boses nila upang sila ay mas marinig at nang ang karapatan nila ay mapaglaban. Mula sa Partidong Elite, ako si Dean Luis Maderazo, tumatakbo bilang Executive Treasurer.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Paula Rene C. Pascual, second year na nag-aaral sa DLSL at kumukuha ng kursong AB Communication Arts. Galing ako sa Elite Party at lumalaban ako sa posisyong Executive Public Relations Officer. Leadership o pamamahala. Para sa akin, ito ay way para magtulungan ang bawat isa. Hindi lang ikaw ang nakasalalay dito, ngunit marami pang iba, marami kang i-consider. Ito ay tulungan talaga. And for me, leadership is leading to people to build an inspiring vision. And ang komunikasyon, lalo na sa public relations officer, ay mahalaga para mas lalong magkaroon ng pagkakaintindihan at pagkakaisa. Bilang estudyante na minsan na rin naging leader sa mga group works, may mga failures akong nagawa. Ngunit ginamit ko ito para mag-improve at gamiting stepping stone. Time management and effective communication, empathy, at pakikinig. Ilan lamang yan sa mga natutunan ko hindi lang sa buhay leader, ngunit sa lahat ng aspeto ng buhay. Currently, ako po ang PRO ng DLSL SLR at hindi biro maging student leader, lalo na ngayon, pandemya. Ngunit madami akong natutunan at sumaya ako sa pagsisilbi sa pangatao. Kung ako man ay na-elect, gagawin ko ang aking makakaya at ibibigay ko ang aking panahon upang magampanan ang aking katungkulan. I believe that I can make a difference and I want to create bigger change sa pamamagitan ng pakikinig sa kapwa ko estudyante at pag-share ng skills and knowledge ko po para makatulong. At naniniwala ako na hindi nagsistop ang learning inside sa school. Life learning po ang pag-aaral. And I am willing to be educated with everything to serve the student body. And ako po muli, si Paula Renesi Pascual, at tumatakbo at lumalaban para sa Executive Public Relations Offices.
Before we proceed with Mitch Mindanao, CBIM Governor candidate, let us first hear from Francis Portugal, Auditor.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Francis Angie Portugal, a third-year financial management student running from the elite party as executive auditor in the Student Government Executive Council. For me, leadership is about standing out to make a difference. And this is where our experiences play a vital role for leaders like us. People say that experiences are the best teachers. Thus, as experiences are unique from person to person, we also learn differently from others. With being uniquely different, we can significantly make a change not only for ourselves, but also for the people around us. One of the life lessons I always hold on to is that we should always try and not easily surrender. If elected, I think that I can use this learning in order to provide my co-students the kind of service that they deserve. Together with my co-candidates in the elite party, we will always try hard to give our co-students the kind of student governance that will be for the common good of all. The first time I ran for SG is because I wanted to test myself and unleash my potential to serve others. After a term of serving as a program coordinator, I ran for the second time at the student government as CBIM's finance manager because I knew that I can do more for my co-students. This time, with 2 years in the organization, for the third and last time, I want to run and continue to serve because I wanted my co-students to feel that they are not alone and they will not be left behind in facing the challenges that we students are having brought by the changes in the academic setup in the new normal. I want my co-students to know that though this setup is difficult, we can be able to conquer this all together. Again, I am Francis Angie Portugal, running from the elite party as executive auditor in the Student Government Executive Council. Thank you.
Let us now proceed to the CBIM Council, Ms. Mitch Mindanao. You can start.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mitch Norlene Armindanao, running for the position of CBIM Governor from Elite Party. For me, leadership is not just about the authority nor being in the position. It is about how you will empathize with the needs of other people to come up with better solutions. Bukod pa rito, ang isang leader ay may tungkulin maging magmulat, mag-organisa, at kumilos para sa ikabubuti ng nasasakupan niya. And given my experiences as CBIM Vice Governor, I eagerly want to consistently portray my best qualities that are potential, not just to serve my fellow CBIM students, but also to fight for them. I just want to be there as a student and as a companion, especially given these trying times that all of us were greatly affected. Isa sa mga natutunan ko sa higit isang taong paglilingkod ay ang higit pa sa pagkakaroon ng responsibilidad. Nakita ko na ang pagiging parte ng student government ay isang oportunidad na alam kong kaya kong panindigan sapagkat naiintindihan ko ang mga bagay na hindi nabibigyang pansin. At bilang estudyante rin, alam ko ang pakiramdam na hindi mapakinggan at naiintindihan ko kung ano pa yung dapat baguhin. At sa aking pagtakbo, hangad ko ay amusan ang isipan ng bawat estudyante ukol sa kanyang karapatan at maipaintindi na ang pakikiisa sa anumang paghihirap ng ibang tao, apektado man siya o hindi, ay mahalaga. Naniniwala akong ang kaalaman, karunungan at pagiging mulat ay isa sa mga importanteng katangian ng isang leader, sapagkat dinadala nito sa tamang direksyon ang magiging desisyon nito, lalo't kumpara ito sa ikabubuti ng masasakupan niya. Bukod sa pagtulong sa mga estudyante, hangad ko rin ay ang palakasin ng loob na maipahayag ang kanyang saloobin. It is one that I aspire to be as a means to be in service of my fellow students whose voices cannot be heard. I want to empower them in expressing their opinions and become an advocate for their rights and interests. Alam kong hindi ito magiging madali, ngunit alam ko rin sa puso ko na kailangan ko itong gawin para sa kapwa ko estudyante. Kaya't sinisigurado ko sa susunod na academic year, walang maiiwanan, walang hinaing ang hindi mabibigyang pansin, lahat ay magagawa ng paraan. Once again, I am Mitch Norlin Armindanao, running for the position of Sibin Governor from Elite Party.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Clark Parol, running as the Sibim Vice Governor from the Elite Party. Leadership is a personality that requires our mind and heart at all times. It needs to be shown more in actions, sincere actions, rather than in words. And it needs courage that despite our fears and hesitations, we will do what needs to be done for everyone. Each of us aspires for a strong figurehead that will motivate us to do good for others and strive for the best of our conditions because we know that there is someone that supports, believes, and cares for us. In my leadership experience in college, I have passed the civil service exam professional level in 2019. I also became a mayor of our class, A1B, where I received the Gawad Pagkilala sa Natatanging Alkalde and Gawad Claro M. Recto with my class. And currently, I am the BS Accountancy Program Coordinator. I decided to run because I aspire to guide others in our journey. Despite our differences, because seeing people's bright smiles and contentment are treasures beyond any value. I've been in different struggles in my life with the skills which showed me the reality of life. However, it also showed me that we can improve the reality with the skills within ourselves. The skills which most of us are hesitant to show because of hesitance and self-criticism. But these skills are the key to improving the situation around us. Therefore, I felt the urge to take the challenge in showing that all of us can achieve what we can dream of, thanks to our capabilities and strong support of our leaders. Also, there's the need to hear the voices and become the beacon of change. Being unheard and neglected can be the most painful part of our lives. In times, we need a shoulder to lean to, ears to hear our peers, and words to show care are the moments that people are left alone. Listening to others and turning them into actions must be a priority because it is a responsibility of a leader to put others first. Thus, let us help one another in achieving our dreams and make everyone's life worth living. Animal Lasal.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Hannah Mosca, running for our next Beam Secretary from the Elite Party. To think of a definition of a leader or a leadership, I thought of just by learning through books about numbers, phrases, sentences, and such, we became one step closer to our dreams. But then, taking a step into leadership is not something to be read about to have. It is our capacity to influence other person through inspiring them by motivating them with our fueled passion, generated vision, and as we are ignited by our purpose. I remember an experience wherein I became a I became the class president of our class during my high school days. It was unexpected because I never expected that I'll have that position as high as that because way back in high school I've used to being a secretary or just a treasurer. But when when I go back to senior high school, they elected me and it started with that risk. It was really hard. I was so afraid because I know that I will not be responsible just for myself, but I will hold 42 students, which is my classmates. Then there came a time when this is just an experience when my advisor that time na nagkatsikahan kami and kinuwentuhan ko siya about how afraid I am ngayon na tatakbo ko bilang president dun sa class. And she told me, I see a potential leader in you. Naalala ko noon nung high school kung gaano ka kataba. And look what did your mindset did to you. Pumayat ka. Katulad lang niyan. Isipin mo na kaya mong mag-serve sa mga klase mo, kakayanin mo. Then it all started. I want to ignite that fire, that burning fire in my heart. It is the call of leading. Na naisip ko baka nga ito yung start na mag-serve ako. And when I asked to lead for the CBIM this year, I look back on that statement and naisip ko baka nga ito na yung time na mag-serve naman ako in a wider perspective. Kung nakaya ko noon, mas kakayanin ko ngayon. And na-learn ko nung mga time na yun na ang pagiging leader is not just listening to their grievances, not just helping them, but also collaborating with my co-officers, with my other classmates, because we have only one vision. It is to be as one. And that experience taught me well. I have cried and laughed so many times, even just serving a small amount of people. But it ignited me to where I am right now. I know that running for this position is a risk, but a risk that I am honored and willing to take. I want to rebrand myself with a version of me that is leading and inspiring other people in a wider perspective and a new community. A new community that will shape me for 4 years. And I do believe that if there is a chance to share your capabilities and strengths to other people, take the risk, inspire, and let yourself shine. I know that I've got so much to learn about being a leader, but I will not refuse to stop until I became one. I'll just let my actions speak louder than my words. So again, I am Hannah Kisha H. Mosca, running for your next CBIM Secretary from the Elite Party. Thank you.
Good day to everyone. I am Ethan Jatrati Hamiro, aspiring for the position of CBIM Finance Manager from the Elite Party. I come from the organization Peer Facilitator Circle, sorry po, which focuses on the mental health and welfare of students. I think my experience as an officer in my previous org can help me alleviate the stress and worries of the student body by talking to them and gaining their insight regarding various problems that arise as a student, especially in this time of online setting where stress is at an all-time high. Most important lesson I learned from peer facilitator circle is to see problems in the perspective of the other person and to be considerate towards other people. Listening to the other party is just as important as speaking your mind. And I think this allows for a harmonious collaboration of the listener and the speaker to reach an agreed solution to various problems that may arise within the student body. Furthermore, coming from a financial management course, I think the skills and knowledge I gained from the education I received will help me transition smoothly into the position of finance manager. I define leadership as one who leads by example and sets standards for those who follow or at least watch him work, and continue the journey of self improvement and self satisfaction, inspiring others to be the best versions of themselves and trying to be better each and every day. I'm running as a student leader because I was given the opportunity to help my fellow students in these trying times. I was inspired to make a difference and alleviate the stress that the student body experiences on a daily basis, to give their thoughts and opinions a platform to be heard and considered, to possibly solve their grievances and make their college experience fruitful and a highlight of their lives. Another reason I am running is the opportunity to become a better version of myself, stepping out of my comfort zone, to challenge myself with the responsibilities that come with being a student leader, and taking one step closer to my ideal self. Once again, Ethan Jatrati Hamiro, aspiring for Civil Finance Manager. And let's get the best out of each other. Thank you.
Before we proceed with Miss Carla Arellano, let us proceed to Miss Clarence Mangia.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to the Tapatan 2020. I'm Clarence Mangiat, and once again as your BS program coordinator from the AE Party. Given the chance, I know that everyone wants it. But for me, leadership is something that I can personally relate to because I have held the position of program coordinator. During my term, I came to realize how difficult the task is, as well as the roles and responsibilities that come with it. I learned to appreciate the importance of having no dominance over subordinates, since it is not a characteristic of a good leader. A true leader earns respect through proper actions and collective gatherings without restrictive rules. A great leader also encourages others to adhere to his footsteps and be a guide to the students. Most importantly, it is about carrying the torch of knowledge and leading everybody on the path towards progress and development. As the saying goes, walk the talk. There is no space for empty promises. My goal, both personally and if I were to be elected, would be to ensure that every student's voice is heard because I sincerely believe that every person's voice is highly valuable. I want my leadership to be participative, opening up avenues for discussions with fellow students about what matters the most to them and how those ideas can be translated into projects and programs that will be beneficial to them. I also want to challenge myself and other school leaders to talk with people more learn about them and their experiences, and do everything that we can to make sure everybody feels represented and included. Now that we are about to elect again our student body, I humble myself to run again with a deeper sense of serving. I'm aware that this is not an easy job, but I believe that I am more than capable of carrying out the responsibility this position entails. Of course, with the help and support of my fellow leaders and the students that I will represent. I am confident that this will give me more power required to implement all the necessary changes. Given my experience with the student organization and other groups, my weapons are my passion, credibility, and understanding of the student body and the position itself. And I am confident that I can help the student body grow further and get better every single day. In closing, let me say that the needs and concerns of the student community are important and should be heard and given resolution derived from the compelling ideas and interests of our peers. Again, this is Clarence Mangiat, running once again as program coordinator from the Elite Party. Lagi-laging pipiliing maglingkod ng may katapatan at kahusayan. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Before we proceed with Mr. Gian Agapito, let us first hear from Miss Carla Arellano.
Good day, everyone. I am Carla Katrina A. Arellano from BS Accountancy, and I am running for the position of BSA Program Coordinator of the Elite Party. I believe that leadership is not about dictating what to do. It is about knowing and guiding others on what to do and having the initiative to start what needs to be done. I have been serving as a student leader for several years already, and I think it is one of the factors that helped me in my development as a person. I can still remember my first time being a student leader. It brought so much excitement for me, and I really felt the joy in my heart. I didn't really think of any pressure about being a student leader that time because I am only left with excitement and plans about what I want to do during my term of service to cater the needs of my fellow students. During that term, I realized that leadership must not only be about the excitement, because I also experienced different kinds of new things and challenges as a student leader that made me say, hindi ko na kaya, susuko na ako. But after that, I will always find a reason to continue. I think what pushes me to continue and move forward is a desire to serve and the challenge to do something that will contribute to the improvement and development in our school. With all my with all my experiences in life, I have learned that we should always have ears that listens to other people, to also have a vision on different point of views in life in order to understand what they are going through and how people's life is different from each other. It is also important to raise your voice in order to be heard, especially when you know that it can contribute to the improvement of your environment. If I am to be elected as the new BSA program coordinator, I will use what I learned as a reminder on how I should be dealing with different kinds of situations to think of an effective way to help my fellow students. This is also one of the reasons why I decided to run in this position because I know that I can do something and I am willing to do something to encourage my fellow students not to be afraid to speak up for themselves, for them to find an answer to their questions. I want to show my fellow students that having a voice is important and it is part of their rights to speak up because it might contribute to a better change that will have a huge impact on the lives of other people. Because at the end of the day, walang mangyayaring maganda kung hindi natin pakikinggan ang isa't isa at kung hindi tayo magkakaisa para sa pagbabago na nais nating makita. Muli, ako po si Carla Katrina A. Arellano, tumatakbo bilang BSA Program Coordinator ng Elite Party.
Good afternoon. I am Giancarlo S. Agapito from the College of Business, Economics, Accountancy, and Management, running for the position of BSBA Financial Management Program Coordinator under the Elite Party. Personally, the definition of leadership is not just by providing the needs of the mass, rather, a simple way of providing support, motivation, encouragement, and inspiration towards our peers. Leadership entails proper values that are shared towards our colleagues that may be used in their everyday lives. With leadership, the true essence of teamwork is emphasized. With great leadership, we aim to make each other better, develop collaboration, establish relationships with the masses, strengthen our courage and will, visualize and formulate a common goal, solutions to a specific problem, not only for an individual's victory, but for the success of the team as a whole. I've had experiences running for office when I was in grade school, and it is the same with the current position I am running for, in the sense that I stand as the representative and the voice of the people. I thought that that is now a memory and have been enclosed in the fear of stepping out of my comfort zone. Yet here I am now, currently a class mayor of my course, not expecting that I will be running again for office, especially in a position that requires more responsibility after numerous years, fighting for the people and with the people. I have decided to run for the student government, particularly the Civil Council, because I want to serve the people. A lot of students feel the fear of opening up regarding their concerns, as these may be used against them and they fear that their concerns are not heard, thus, no action will be implemented. People want and demand change. I am confident that my fellow students have interesting ideas and opinions, but there aren't that much people who are willing to listen and consider them. With myself running for office, I ensure that every concern and opinion would be relayed to my fellow school leaders to be given a proper reconsideration. I stand as their voice to make themselves heard. I stand as their voice and rise up to create better solutions. Once again, I am Giancarlo S. Agapito, running for BSBA Financial Management Program Coordinator under the Elite Party. Thank you.
A pleasant afternoon to all of you watching today. I am Jan Elaine M. Baliwag from the College of Business, Economics, Accountancy, and Management, aiming to be your next BSBA Marketing Management Program Coordinator of the Elite Party. Leadership requires one's dedication, heart for service, competence, and value for integrity. Despite having many commitments and responsibilities as both a student, a leader, a scholar, a daughter, and a citizen, I had the courage to accept the challenge because I know that this would contribute to my growth to become a better individual. Regardless of all the achievements and recognitions that I've received, what matters to me is that my heart and passion to serve, with or without a position, has always been there. I may not be perfect, but I want to influence, motivate, and empower others with my skills, abilities, and attitude through my leadership in the best possible way I can. As a person who once lived in hesitations and doubts, I know how it feels like to express something but can't do so. Ngunit ngayon, hindi na. Hindi na ako natatakot, hindi na nagdadalawang isip. Gusto kong lumabas ng tuluyan sa comfort zone ko. Iyon ang sinabi ko sa sarili ko bago ako tumungtong ng college at ganun ang ginagawa ko ngayon. Lahat ng opportunities na dumadating, sinisiguro kong ine-evaluate ko ng maayos at pipiliin ko kung ano ang mga responsibilidad na tatanggapin ko. To become the person to speak up for what is right and to amplify people's voices are just some of the many reasons why I chose to run as an officer. Our voices matter as it is beneficial for the improvements of the system we are under. To represent each Lasallian would be a great honor because nothing would be solved if no one has the courage to speak up about it. This is not only for my own benefit, but for the benefit of everyone because I believe that a leader should always put the interest of their constituents before their own personal agendas. Aasahan nyo na nandito ako laging bukas para tumulong, maging karamay at kaibigan. Muli ako si Jan Elaine M. Baliwag, running for BSBA Marketing Management Program Coordinator. Maraming salamat po.
Hi, I am Antricia Sandino from the College of Business, Economics, Accountancy, and Management, running for the BS Entrepreneurship Program Coordinator of the Elite Party. I want to be the type of leader who transforms visions into reality. And in the upcoming academic year, this is what we, the Elite Party, are going to pursue. When it comes to my personal experience during high school, I knew that I have the capability of leading my classmates and my fellow students for being a class president and a class officer during my 4 years high school experience. In leadership, you'll start to hear a certain calling when students or my classmates is in need of help. And I, as a student, I knew that I can do something as there's a spark of eagerness within me na kailangan may gawin ako. Gusto kong matugunan yung problema nila. Gusto ko maayos yung concern nila. And gusto ko mapabuti yung klase ko. And that is when I learned to stand up for I knew what is right and just. And until now, even if I do become a leader in a small group of batches, I still practice to be the leader who wants their members to be in good hands and learn from my actions for being a role model. When it comes to leadership, the reason why I am running as the entrepreneurship program coordinator is that I want to show them that our situation right now, this online setup, will never be a hindrance for me to serve my fellow students. And from what I can see, leaders do not choose when or where to serve because all I am willing to do is to lead. And since I have the opportunity to do so, I want to grab this opportunity to show what I can do and what I am willing to do to shape our students. I do also observe that in this pandemic causes us students to be separate and lack in unity, in which why I would like to let the students feel that this upcoming school year we will be united once more as a civil department by keeping more in touch with them and show them that the council will be more reliable as we further adapt the new normal that we have. Again, my name is Ann Tricia Sandrino, running for BS Entrepreneurship Program Coordinator from the Elite Party. Good afternoon and God bless.
Good day, everyone. I am Mary Zolu A. Azor, MJ for short. I am a third-year college student running for the position of BS Legal Management Program Coordinator under the CBIM Council. For the past years, I did not serve any organizations. I told myself that I will be focusing on my studies and not do anything beyond academics. I was already satisfied with all my extracurriculars from grade school to high school. Well, like some of you, the pandemic really struck a chord in me, and that chord is my passion to serve and lead. Passion to lead does not end at the time you want it to end because it will always be with you. It is unfortunate to say, but I realized that my passion to be of service to other people was awakened by the struggles of students and friends around me. I understand that I am fortunate enough to be able to cope up easily when I struggle, especially with the new learning setup. But that does not apply to everyone. With what is happening, I was able to grasp the reality that a fellow classmate or schoolmate may be struggling not just now, but maybe even before the pandemic. But I was not able to recognize it because I was convenient on my own. This change pushed me to join CSO's Lasallian Youth Volunteers last November, which kickstarted an adventure of service for me. After that, I applied as an intern in Congress, specifically the Senate, for the office of Senator Kiko Pangilinan and was fortunate enough to be a part of the advocacy organizing unit. With those experiences and buckets of realization, I can define leadership as a journey of growth by aiming to make yourself obsolete while helping others. Because by the time you are obsolete to others, it means you are able to empower them to stand on their own and be of service to others, while giving yourself new learnings for your own growth and again to continue your journey. I am running for the position of BS Legal Management Program Coordinator because I empathize with the struggles of my fellow Lasallians, most especially my fellow Legma students. I receive concerns at the forefront as a current mayor of my class. If I were to be elected, I am ready to amplify your voice and be a medium of your concern to truly realize a free and democratic student government where everyone is well represented and make you feel included in our Lasallian community despite this current setup. While we do have limited means to serve, especially in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, I promise to do my best in maximizing the outcomes. I advocate for students' social awareness and consciousness of different issues that concern them as students and as citizens, how politics and social issues affect their future in one way or another, and how even their vote matters when it comes to elections as much as it matters in this upcoming SG elections. When students are aware that this is the only time they can truly involve themselves and represent the community, maybe this is also a way of enlightening the minds of some students and hopefully have more aspiring leaders in next year's Tapatan. With all that being said, I know that service to lead and empower is needed now more than ever. I am MJ Azor, running for the position of BS Legal Management Program Coordinator under the Elite Party. Thank you and good day.
Now, we've finally met our SG Executive Council candidates. Guys, anong masasabi niyo sa kanila?
So, ang masasabi ko talaga that they are looking confident, brave, and sharp. Parang ready to take any challenges that comes on their way.
Yes. Well, let's hope that they are indeed what you said, Kim, because we have just started. We will now have our interpellation. In this portion, the questions will come from our panelists. Keep in mind that the candidates will only have 90 seconds to answer the question, and for follow-up questions, you have 30 seconds to answer. So candidates, be ready and good luck.
Now, may we call on the panelists. You now have the floor to ask your questions to the candidates.
Miss Frances Gail Kulia from the Council of Student Organization, now is your time.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I am Francis Gail Culia, the representative of the Council of Student Organizations. And for my first question, this will be for Miss Paula Pascual, Miss Francis Portugal, and Miss Dane Maderazo. And Paula can answer first, followed by Francis and then Dane. So for the question, there are different accredited organizations under CSO and under other offices, and we all know that the members of these organizations are part of the student body as well. With that, what do you think is the role of the student government in the accredited organizations in the institution? I will repeat the question. There are different accredited organizations under CSO and under other offices. And we all know that the members of these organizations are part of the student body as well. With that, what do you think is the role of the student government and the accredited organizations in the institution?
The role of the student government and is to support their causes and movements and advocacies. Kasi po, without student government, uh, wala pong engagement na mangyayari. And uh, they are the ones who will promote the 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 movements and advocacies. Yun. Thank you po.
Hello. So, for me, I think one of the role of the student government is to support the advocacies and the activities of the organizations in the CSO so that we can achieve interdependence and so that students will be more involved in the activities. I think that the SG and the CSO can collaborate to have a more successful, to achieve successful activities that will be for the good of the students. That's it.
Hi, good afternoon. For me po, para sa akin, since ang Elite Party, gusto namin or ini-aim namin na for this school year, isa sa ini-aim namin ang magkaroon ng interdependence. Hindi lang ito sa students and sa student government, but also with other organizations. And as student government, I think ang role namin is matulungan lalo ang organizations na ito dahil alam naman namin na ang mga accredited organizations under CSO or ang CSO in general ay goal na maibigay ang best para sa students. Goal na makapag-provide ng best para sa students nila. And ito, gusto namin i-support at patatagin. Gusto namin na mas magkaroon pa ng maraming activities and in that way, mas magkakaroon tayo ng mas malakas or mas maraming engagement from the students para mas mapagtibay yung bawat activities na pinrepare ng organizations under CSO. Thank you.
Ayan. Thank you so much, Paula, Francis, and Dane. So, for my second question, this question is for Miss Shane Lin, Andre Oy, and Mr. Dale Fernandez Castillo. And Shane will answer first, followed by Dale. Ayan. So, the question is, SG and CSO may have different functions when it comes to specifics, but we both have the same mission of serving the Lasallian community. Given that, how do you plan to collaborate with CSO and their other organizations in order to meet the vision and mission of both organizations and the institution? I will repeat the question. SG and CSO may have different functions when it comes to specifics, but we both have the same mission of serving the Lasallian community. Given that, how do you plan to collaborate with CSO and their other organizations in order to meet the mission and vision of both organizations and the institution?
Hello. Our platforms are grounded by our three visions, which are the three I's: interdependence, involvement, and improvement. I think that question is under interdependence and involvement. I agree naman na ang student government at CSO ay, although magkaiba sila ng function, magkaibang office sila, same tayo ng sineserve na purpose at ng mga tao. Dahil doon, I think, isa sa mga kasama sa mga platforms namin, which is madidiscuss later, is parang i-open namin yung student government to the different organizations under CSO for collaboration and para mas maserve natin yung mga tao. Parang tatanggalin natin yung barriers and boundaries. At yung itong turn na to, hopefully, magpe-pave ng way for better independence and better involvement between the two offices. Ayun, for plans, katulad na nabanggit kanina, magkakaroon nga tayo ng parang community planning kung saan mag-uusap-usap lahat para malaman natin yung needs, malaman natin kung saan tayo pwede mag-meet, at kung paano tayo makagiging beneficial sa isa't isa, at paano natin masiserve ng better yung mga students. Thank you.
Good afternoon po. Coming from two organizations way back when I was in first year, both CSO and SG, I see the relevance of the question. And to answer the question po, just like what Shane said, those are the things that we are about to do. But one thing that I would like to specify and emphasize is that on the first day of our term or on our first activities that we will be doing is that we will involve everyone. How? By creating community dialogues. Because with this, if we have community dialogues, we will be able to translate what are the specific needs of a certain organization. And as Shane said a while ago, we will be opening the platform that SG has, because the platform that SG has is not just for the student government per se. It is for each and everyone, because each organizations under SCRO, SPIN, and professional organizations under CSO have their own distinct advocacies and movements. And from that, from the involvement, interdependence, and the improvement, we would like to collaborate with each and everyone, because what they need is the support and some boost from us. And you would like to diminish the borderline between SG and CSO. And I hope that we will be diminished by establishing a good rapport with CSAO, with CSO, and any other organization in the whole college and in the whole DLSL. So I hope we will be able to collaborate if we will be given the platform to serve next academic year. Thank you so much po.
Thank you so much, Dale and Shane. I have no follow-up questions now.
Thank you, CSO. Now may we call on the representative of the Student Discipline Formation Office, Ms. Joanne Paulette G. Pexon.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon. My question is for Mr. Dale Castillo, the candidate for the executive president, and Ms. Mitch Mindanao, the candidate for the governor. So here is my question. How will you apply digital citizenship to your role as a student leader?
Okay po. With regards to digital citizenship, it always boils down into the proper netiquette that we should have. And in order for me to translate a good service and an efficient service, I would like to practice each and everything that should be emphasized po. Just like, for example, I would be responsible, and as stated uh, in the constitution of the student government, that we are all entitled to express our own free will and our own expression, but it should always be anchored with responsible living and with responsible words. With this po, I would like to infuse that or those concepts into my leadership by being respectful to each and everyone, and I would like also to be sensitive enough on the pressing needs that my colleagues are experiencing. And from that po, kasi in the digital citizenship and in the digital space, lahat nakikita na natin on the digital space. But what I can do is to integrate all of the things that I am seeing into an action, into a progressive action and formulation of solutions on specific concerns. However, we will be delving into the grievances na rin po if ever na it will be coinciding with this. We will be providing enough platform for students where they can vent out the things that they would like to have. And by giving them a certain platform, the digital space and the digital citizenship will be achieved. And that for me, I can integrate my student leadership into the digital citizenship as well. Thank you po.
Ayan, bilang isang student leader, talagang alam naman natin na given this situation, talagang sobrang na-utilize yung gamit ng social media platforms and digital platforms. And bilang isang student leader, kailangan tayo yung manguna na ipakita sa mga estudyante kung ano yung tamang pamamaraan ng pag-utilize ng digital platforms. And especially, isa sa mga initiatives namin is magkaroon ng online platforms to spread awareness using social media. And given this situation nga, ang daming estudyante na talagang nagiging ine-express nila yung opinions, yung concerns nila, grievances nila sa social media. And with that, as student leader, kailangan tayo yung manguna na yun yung ipapakita natin sa kanila na hindi yun yung tamang pamamaraan. And there are initiatives na kung saan ay mas magandang dun na lang i-raise yung mga concerns and grievances nila.
Okay, thank you so much. And now for my second question. This is again for Dale Castillo. Okay, so if you will be asked to recommend one student for the SDFO lead or the Lasallian engaged in an act of discipline recognition program, or you may also choose among the candidates present today, who will you recommend and why?
Okay po. If I'll be given the chance to recommend one person, actually, I have many persons in mind wherein I would like to recommend and to nominate, but one person whom I really see the vision of being a good student and balancing everything that she is handling. It would probably be Miss Frances Culia from the CSO, the chairperson of CSO. Why? Because her vision is tantamount to her leadership. And second is that even though there are struggles that she is experiencing, there will always be a time wherein it will boil down into her core. And I would like to showcase that specific emotion or characteristic that she has, because it should be it should be adapted by other persons as well. That even though there are hurdles, there are obstacles are happening, always stick to your core. Always stick to what you believe in. And that for me po, Miss Frances Gail Culia exhibits a true mark of being a lead program awardee or nominee. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all. I have no further question.
Thank you so much po, Miss Joanne Paulette G. Pexon. Let's now move on to the representative for College Guidance and Counseling Center, Miss Maria Teresa Medina.
Hello, good afternoon. My question is for Mr. Dale Fernan Castillo and Ethan Jethro Jamiro. Okay, so my first question is, during this online learning, what you see as the major influencer or influences in affecting the mental health of students?
Okay. Thank you very much po for your question. And as a college governor for a year, I I see to it that I immerse myself on the needs of my people, on the needs of the students that I am handling. And in the College of Nursing, I would like to reiterate that the main cause is the diminished division of being in a house and being in a school. That stresses people and that stresses students because they do not know when to stop and when to pursue what they are doing. And also po, on it, coinciding with it po, kasama po dito yung pabugso-bugso na motivation. Hindi normal ang nangyayari ngayon. There are uncertainties that are happening. And from that po, there are surges of motivation na hindi consistent. And I think po this kind or these things contribute to the effect po of the mental health or the mental well-being of students. So let me reiterate po as a diminished border between school and their homes. Second is the surge of motivations that are inconsistent. And probably the third one is their personal experiences that they cannot share with other people because they are limited with the restrictions that we have because of this pandemic. Thank you po.
Hello, good afternoon po. Thank you for your question. I think the main reason po is, as Dale said, the restrictions po that the pandemic has given us. We can't really talk to our friends like we used to. No physical interactions, only online. And the stress from online learning, I think, is weighing very heavily among the students. I've talked to several members from my previous org and numerous from my friends. They are all stressed from balancing their responsibilities as a son and daughter versus their responsibilities as a student. And furthermore, they also have their responsibilities as other student leaders. They are very overwhelmed with how things are right now because everything isn't normal. But I think to solve this problem, it's just to detox from everything sometimes. Just take a rest. Excuse me. Just take a rest and never burn yourself out because If you burn yourself out, then you will never accomplish anything that you would normally do. That's all po. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dale and Ethan. For my follow-up question, what program would you implement to help improve and maintain the mental health of the entire student tree?
Okay po. With that, we have certain platforms that we would like to propose with you as the CGC student po. And these are first to have recreational activities with the students. Just for example, a movie night, for example, or a study hub that we can all be there. And also po to assess their needs, most especially on their mental health. Kasi ang kailangan po ay kausap at kasama sa paglalakbay sa paano ro ang darating pa. Salamat po.
Hello po. Good afternoon ulit. Similar po sa answer ni Dale, meron pong proposed platform ng CBIM na stress relief days po para sa CBIM students so that they can uh, relax from all their stresses. Ang activities po doon ay games, movie nights, and opening up with their friends po, talking. Yan lang po.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. My second question would be for Dale Fernan Castillo. How can you motivate fellow students to engage in their modules?
Okay po. This is a very personal question as well because aside from being a student government, the first letter that constitutes to is the letter S, the student. I am a student and I am experiencing the fatigue in my modules as well. And I would like to motivate them by saying that there will be times that you won't be motivated enough to do your tasks. But if the surge of motivation comes in you, grab that moment and pursue your modules. Because another thing, kasi if we will rely ourselves on our motivation, we will not achieve something. Because our motivation right now is very fluctuating and it's very unstable. So what I can say and what I can say to everyone and to motivate everyone is to establish a lifestyle or establish a time management lifestyle or practice that we can all do. Because by having these kinds of things, we will be able to achieve. And always remember why you started, why you enrolled, what is your dream. Because in order for us to achieve our dream, we should answer our modules first. Thank you po.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question for that. Well, what alternative process or procedure or system can you suggest and think of for a better online learning for the students?
Okay, given po that we have the current academic setup that our VCEs are limited into 1 hour only or somehow it may vary because students can request naman po for an extension or anything. But I would like to reiterate po and to suggest if ever we can have some time with our professors as well to ask and to collaborate with them and to establish a certain group where they can motivate each other and wherein they will be able to answer questions that they are having in their minds. Yun po. Salamat po.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That will be all. Thank you.
Thank you po, Miss Maria Teresa Medina. Moving on to Leila Salian Lumieres.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Deleth Mortañez, the representative of Leila San Lumiere, the Organization of Working Scholar. So my first question is for Dale Fernan Castillo, candidate for Executive President. I bet most of you have working scholar colleague or friend. So based on your observations with common problems that the working scholars encounter, such as overtime, no health benefits that are somewhat same as the regular employees concern, how can you assist our organization, the Leila San Lumiere, in reducing the impact of such problems? And are there specific measures and activities that you would implement during academic year 2021 or 2022? That's it.
Okay po. Maraming salamat for that background because to be honest, to be honest, I am somehow not immersed on the needs of the scholars. That's why we are having this first step on our term as the community dialogue to know and to assess what factors. But thank you for the background, for the overview. But I would like to propose something na we should have specific guidelines on where to draw a line between the scholar's works and the work that they have by being a working scholar. And with this po, I am not closing any doors on any suggestion that we can have. But for now, the solution, the band-aid solution that we have right now is the community dialogue with everyone, with every sector to know and assess what needs should be fixed. And from that po, ang nakikita pa lamang namin as of now is to monitor the specific guidelines that are set for our working scholars to avoid such things para rin ito ay ma-raise sa executive level and to the level that na dapat ma-raise yung concerns na ito. And from that, we will be assuring everyone, our working scholars, that we will be with you. We will fight with you and we will fight for you. If you will be given us you will be giving us a chance to fight and lead with you all throughout the academic year. So I hope that we will be able to collaborate and establish a good rapport with each and everyone. Thank you po.
Thank you so much for your honesty and looking forward to the activities of the for working scholars. So for my next question, it's for Mitch Mindanao, candidate for Sabine Governor. Yes, almost half of working scholars are academically excellent. As a clerical assistant in the scholarship office and as an officer of LLL, I've been exposed to the official list of these listers, and I observed that is almost consists of existing scholars, may it be working scholars or academic scholars. And just to give you a quick overview, once you're part of the top 3 Dins lister, you can enjoy 100%, 75%, or 50% tuition fee discount, which in our cases is no longer applicable as we are already scholars. We understand this policy, but we just find it somehow a bit unfair because we are working scholars and we invest effort, time to maintain our scholarship. Our hours of duty became our tuition fee payment. So the question is, what is your stand in this situation? Are you okay with allowing the existing scholars enjoy the same benefit, or are you into the current policy wherein regular students get to enjoy the benefit for current scholars are no longer qualified for it?
I am allowing po. My stand is I am allowing kasi first of all, gusto kong i-aim talaga na lahat ng benepisyo for the students ay mabibigay ng equal, ng sapat, at mabibigay sa kanila ng yung deserve nila. With that, sabi ko nga, lahat kailangan magawa natin ng paraan. Sa mga initiatives natin, aside from our support na maibibigay sa scholars, sa working scholars, siguro naman at least kahit itry natin na i-propose yung ipaglaban kung ano yung kailangan ng working scholars. So aside from the support, siguro isa sa mga magagawa namin as student leaders ay syempre yung i-bridge yung gap between the students and the higher up. So isa sa magagawa natin is i-propose sa kanila kung ano yung deserve ng working scholars, kung ano yung kailangan nilang matanggap na benefits.
Thank you so much, Mitch. Follow-up question lang. How far are you willing to go or to pursue this request if ever nag-request ang Leila San Lumiere?
Siyempre, isa sa mga magagawa namin is to propose sa higher ups kasi isa naman yun sa nagagawa natin as ano. Pero as much as possible, kailangan talaga is maging parang ipaglalaban natin yon. Pero siyempre, may side din yung higher ups, ganyan. Pero basta as much as possible, kailangan talaga maipaglaban natin. Sabi ko nga, gagawa natin ng paraan.
Thank you so much. That's all po.
Thank you, Ms. Lilette Martinez. Next up, Lasallian Alliance of Youth Advocates for Equality.
Hello, mapagpalayang araw sa ating lahat. I am Reden Raz, the representative of the Lasallian Alliance of Youth Advocates for Equality, or LAYA. So my first question is addressed to the person running for the position of Sabim Governor, Mitch Norlin Mindanao. And this may be supported by anyone from the candidates. So, hi Mitch, magbibigay muna ako ng kaunting background bago ako dumiretso sa aking katanungan. So listen very carefully. And maaari mo itong sagutin sa lengguwahe na higit mong maipaparating ang iyong sarili at kasagutan. Ayan. So when Laya was created, our students saw Laya as a safe platform to share their struggles, especially on gender-related concerns. There are times that some students, especially those who belong to the LGBTQ plus community, would seek the help of the organization, for they have experienced invalidation and discrimination from some of our students and partners. And as much as we want to be involved, we understand the protocols. So during those times that the case has been raised to Laya, we listen to our students and seek the help of our college councils. There are times that we are heard, and we appreciate that. However, we see the lack of action in ensuring that the concerns have been given appropriate and sustainable actions. Now that you are running for the position of Sabine Governor, how will you handle the cases and concerns of our students to ensure that your council service is so GSE responsive and your team will be a safe vessel to our Lasallian community? Again, now that you are running for the position of Sabine Governor, how will you handle the cases and concerns of our students to ensure that your council service is so GSE responsive and your team will be a safe vessel to our Lasallian community?
Unang-una, gusto kong i-emphasize to educate the students. Yun yung isa sa mga advocacies ko, to educate, to educate, to educate. Kasi isa sa mga nakikita kong problema talaga sa students ngayon is hindi sila makapag-raise ng concerns nila or hindi sila makapag-express ng opinions nila, grievances nila kasi isa sa mga factor is hindi sila knowledgeable, hindi sila aware sa mga nangyayari, especially when it comes to discrimination and equality. So isa sa mga gusto namin i-propose na platform is yung Break the Stigma campaign, wherein it is a long-term project na kung saan ma-educate yung mga estudyante specifically sa mga topics na kailangan na maintindihan ng mga estudyante. For example, toxic masculinity, HIV awareness, LGBTQ rights, yung mga ganong topics, kailangan talagang ine-educate natin yung mga estudyante. So, yun lang. Thank you.
Ayan. Maraming salamat, Ms. Mitch. May gusto bang magdagdag?
Ako po. Okay. Ang usaping gender ay napakamasusi at napakadaming balangkas na dapat tuklasin. At dito po sa mga gagawin sana na ito, I was inspired by Mr. Red Baligod from Laya because he was one of the consti na nag-ayos ng consti or revisions for the constitution of the student government. And I read a certain specific section on what he proposed is to include in the constitution the non-discriminatory rules pertinent to our other sectors ng ating school. Just like, for example, what you told us, the SOGSC rin. And we would like to amplify this. We would like to adapt this. From this inspiration from Mr. Baligod, we would like to revise and reform the Constitution if there will be a need. And by this, we would like to collaborate with you because in Laya, you are all advocates. You are all the persons who are knowledgeable with this. And we are humbly showing you that we are willing to be educated and we are willing to collaborate with you because you know what you need. And from that, from knowing what you need, we would like to support your causes. And we would like to assure you that we will be with you in everything because, again, it will be interdependence with everyone and involvement as well. Thank you po.
Yan. So maraming salamat, Mr. Dale and Ms. Mitch. So for my second question, it may be answered by anyone from the Executive Council. And gaya ng nauna, magbibigay muna ako ng kaunting background bago ako dumiretso sa aking katanungan. So listen very carefully and maaaring itong sagutin sa lengguwahe na higit na maipaparating ang inyong sarili at kasagutan. So our Lasallian community is not only composed of cisgender individuals or those people whose assigned sex at birth match their gender identity. Some of our students are trans, which includes trans men, trans women, non-binary, and genderqueer. And the existence of this group has been verified by a survey conducted by Laya last month through the Advancing Towards Gender Equality campaign and numerous engagements with our students. With that being said, how can you ensure that how can you ensure us that the next batch of the student government leaders will provide proactive and sustainable actions and platforms to address SOGSE related concerns, and that our current policies and our institution will also be inclusive and responsive to the trans community? Again, with that being said, how can you ensure us that the next batch of student government leaders will provide a proactive and sustainable actions and platforms to address SOGI SE related concerns, and that our current policies and our institution will also be inclusive and responsive to the trans community? Anyone from the Executive Council may answer. Thank
Hello,
you.
good afternoon. Okay. So, my take on this, kaya nung isa nga sa platform na na-reiterate din ni Dale kanina, isa sa pinaka-goal namin, by the first part of this academic year, goal na namin magkaroon ng community dialogue kung saan different sectors like scholars, athletes, um, Laya, makakasama sa community gathering, and in that way, doon namin i-gather kung ano ba yung concerns and para mas makilala namin sila, and by this, mas makakapaggawa kami ng activities or makakapag-implement ng activities which will be tailored for them para mas applicable para sa different sectors and makapag-create ng more sustainable na activities. And as part of this, meron din kami ng Safe Space campaign kung saan hindi lang, and like what Mitch said earlier, goal din namin to educate the students. And dito, hindi na lang siya magiging, in order to be sustainable, hindi na siya magiging plain webinars, kung saan goal din namin na magkaroon ng mga discussions, na exchange of thoughts yung mga students para makapag-share sila ng thoughts nila on certain issues and mas makapag-raise sila kung ano yung concerns nila.
May nais pong magdagdag?
Yes po. With regards to this po, maraming salamat for the initiative of having the survey for the whole Lasallian community. And with this po, we would like to reiterate the word or emphasize the word inclusivity. We would like to give the word inclusivity with an action. And paano po ba yun? We will assure na kung paano itinitreat ang academic grievances, ganun din ititreat dapat yung grievances or concerns ng mga estudyante na nasa iba't ibang sektor at na merong mga problems with regards to their SOGI SE or na violate ganyan. We should now include them, include everyone, because yun yung nawawala eh. Yung impact and yung weight hindi nagiging katulad ng weight ng academic grievances. So we would like to balance everything, that your concern is valid and that it will be raised on certain causes, on certain authorities then. So what we can assure you is we will have a community dialogue and we will be with you all throughout the process. Salamat po.
Ayan. May follow-up lang ako, pero kahit isa na lang yung sumagot. Bali yung follow-up ko is, what is your stance about sa revision of policies for the trans community? Again, yung follow-up ko is, what is your stance or ano ba yung stand niyo for the revision of policies para sa ating trans community? Anyone can answer.
Okay, hello. Dito, ang stance namin is we are for the division of policies for trans communities. Kasi like what Dale said, we aim to be inclusive. We aim to establish a more inclusive community in Dalasalipa. And by this, para mas ma-engage yung students or mas ma-influence yung students na maging inclusive as well. And that would be that would begin with the student government. Ayun lang po. Thank you.
Ayan. Thank you so much sa ating candidates, and I'm very happy na you are willing to work with Laya. And of course, napakabukas ang Laya para sa mga pakikipagtulungan, lalo na sa mga ganitong causes. Ayun lang, and maraming salamat.
Thank you so much po, Mr. Reden Raz. Now we have Commission on Elections Chairperson, Mr. Nino Angelo Lascano.
Good afternoon, everyone. So candidates, any from the executive council may answer this question. Well, one of the four-point agenda of the DLSL Comelec for this academic year is enabling socio-civic engagement, in which we cannot prevent or we cannot stop the students, if ever, if they will be having say or stand on certain issues. With this, as student government officers, hypothetically, how will you respond if one of our schoolmates under your jurisdiction has been red tagged by authorities? Again, as student government officers, hypothetically, how will you respond if one of our schoolmates under your jurisdiction has been red tagged by authorities?
Okay, thank you very much. That issue is really rampant nowadays. And how would we respond is uh, by by establishing na yung support namin sa student is nandun. Kasi hindi biro ang ma-red tag. This is a massive threat sa safety rin ng tao. And what we would do is to take proper and legal actions in this matter. Kung may kailangang itap na mga serbisyo o kailangang itap na mga organisasyon para maprotektahan ng estudyanteng ito. Kahit isang estudyante man lamang ito at hindi isang grupo na napakalaki, we will see to it that we will always give a legal action or certain action on this one. We may not be knowledgeable on the certain processes on this, but we are knowledgeable enough that we should take care of our colleagues and we should take care of our students, because that is what we aim, the involvement and the improvement sa pakikipagkapwa-tao. Because as what I said a while ago, we should be people-oriented and goal-oriented. And with this, by infusing these things, we will be able to care for them freely and truly. So yun po yung gagawin namin if ever someone will be red tagged. Thank you po.
Any other answers or wala na? Okay. Next question is for the CBIM Council. Any. As CBIM students, we play a vital role in both economic and socio-political development of our country. With that, as agents of nation building, how can you make sure that the term nation building will be realized once the students of CBIM continue their journey outside their academic field and start practicing their respective professions? Again, as CBIM students, we play a vital role in both economic and socio-political development of our country. With that, as agents of nation building, how can you make sure that the term nation building will be realized once the students of CBIM continue their journey outside the academic field and start practicing their respective professions?
Ayan, hello. Isa sa mga initiatives namin is to have a series of educational discussions to educate the students, hindi lang sa loob ng eskwelahan, kundi pati sa labas ng eskwelahan, sa mga nangyayari sa ating bansa. Sabi ko nga, as a student leader, isa sa mga tungkulin natin ay ang ipamulat sa mga estudyante kung ano nangyayari sa labas at sa loob ng eskwelahan. And with that, I'm certain na talaga ma-educate natin ang mga estudyante. At isa kasi sa mga nakikita ko rin is marami pa rin sa estudyante ang hindi educated. So with that, gusto naming i-push through yung educational discussions na talagang magiging aware ang mga estudyante when it comes to social-political issues.
Follow-up question to the CBIM Council. Considering that we are in the online platform and even the Committee on Elections faces this kind of initiative, has this kind of initiative to educate people. However, one of the struggles that we encounter is that low engagement and low participation from the students. With that, how can you make sure, or how can you make assured that you will be able to encourage and educate the students to participate to this kind of initiative?
Yung mga nagiging topics naman sa mga educational discussions, sinigurado namin na yun yung beneficial for students, yun yung kailangan ng mga estudyante. And I'm very sure naman na when it comes to educating, parang marami na sa atin ang willing na ma-educate yung sarili nila. So, ayun lang.
Thank you so much, Mitch and Dale. I have no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much po to DLSL Comelec. Let us now proceed to Mr. Carl Tolentino from the student government.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My questions would be for Mr. Dale Castillo and Miss Paula, running for executive PRO. So Dale will answer first, followed by Miss Paula. So for my question, as leaders, we are trained to be risk takers. With this, how would you apply the risk management to fulfill the duties of your respective positions?
Again po, sorry po.
Can you hear me now? Am I audible?
Yes po, yes po.
So yun. As leaders, we are trained to be risk takers. With this, how would you apply risk management to fulfill your duties as executive PR?
Okay, thank you very much po, Carl, for that question. So, the thing that I am here is already a risk. I already took a risk. And for the question, how would I apply the risk management is to always stick to my core because the risks are always there. But if I know my core, if I know the purpose why I am doing that thing, if I know the motive, because the motive outweighs the outcome. For me, because our morality is subjective, and that for me, the motive always outweighs the outcome. So what I have in mind is that there will always be a risk on everything that we are about to do. We're about to render, about the advocacies, the projects that we are about to give to the students. But one thing that I would like to stick with is the core that I have. The reason why I am doing it. Because everything is risky. And I would like to risk myself. I would like to risk the decisions that I am about to do, sticking and anchored with the motive and purpose that I have. Thank you po.
So, risk. Mahirap na rin po talaga maging student leader at isinasang-alang-alang mo ang sarili mo, hindi lang sarili mo, pat yung buong estudyante na rin mismo. And masasabi ko pong hindi lang risk itong pagtakbo kasi risk din po sa lahat ng buhay. And I believe na if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So, marami talagang risk sa lahat ng bagay. And if ever na magkaroon ng failures, at least trinay and kailangan baguhin. And listening and understanding the possibility of everything, knowing who are the concerned ones po. Ayun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you so much po, Mr. Tolentino. Last but not the least, Mr. Joshua Perez from La Voxa.
All right, good afternoon to all of you. I am the editor-in-chief of the Umalahoca newsletter of the La Voxa group of publications. So my first question is for the executive president candidate Dale Castillo and legal management program coordinator candidate MJ Azor. I'll give the background of the question first. One of the major setbacks La Voxa has been experiencing in the past 2 years is its hampered access to information from various administrative offices and some student offices in DLSL. The usual excuse for their limited disclosure of data to La Voxa is that they are upholding Republic Act 1017-3 or the Data Privacy Act of 2012, even though Section 4 of the same act indicates that it does not apply to journalistic purposes. More so, there is a constitutional guarantee of access to any information of public interest, including the student body. The question, How will you promote students' right to information and make changes to the prevalent misunderstanding of the Data Privacy Act on campus? I repeat, how will you promote students' right to information and make changes to the prevalent misunderstanding of the Data Privacy Act on campus?
Good afternoon. Like what we said, everything starts from dialogue because amending some laws eh, ay kailangan ng holistic view of everyone, not just SG, but also we need to have dialogue with the admin as well. Because if kami lang SG yung magpa-pursue ng something, we won't come to a compromise. And together with Lavoxa, if we will be able to lobby a policy na mas magpapaayos ng transparency within different offices across Lasal, siguro mas madali din siyang maibaba, not just to us, but also sa mga organizations. Yun lang. Thank you.
Okay, and for me naman po, with regards to what MJ said, kasi MJ has a knowledge about the law. But in accordance with the student government na gagawin and specific actions is to, kung ang information na ito ay very vital to the students at talagang kailangang malaman ng estudyante na hindi naman na-violate ang kung ano man, nais naming makipagtulungan sa Lavoxa na gamitin din ang platform na meron ng Lavoxa to give the information to students and to be able to translate this information into something that is tangible and vital for the students to know. Just for example, yun pong naano natin sa yung naging issue before, yung sa breakdown of fees. We would like to collaborate with you in these things, and we would like to uphold pa rin at the DPA of 2012 and find a compromise and middle ground if ever that we will be having a dialogue with the administrators as well. Salamat po.
I'll just have a follow-up question for the both of you. Okay, so in the section 4, clause number 3.b, the personal information processed for journalistic, artistic, literary, or research purposes is not included it is not part of the scope of the Data Privacy Act of 2012. And Mr. Dale mentioned the breakdown of fees. In the perspective of journalism, indeed it is a public interest, and we do not ask to amend any law, institutional law, but rather truly uphold what is indicated in the law and by the Constitution itself in having that right crucial to access to public information, and that is crucial to the benefit of the student. Especially on that time, I remember malapit na yung enrollment, and that is very crucial sa parte ng student. So how can you as SG parang promote the students' right to information to the school administration itself and not just on your level? Kasi we understand that SG has been fair enough in being transparent to your operations and activities and so on. But the school administration itself, we have a couple of issues right there. And how do you make an impact to that situation?
For me po, making an impact, first we need to make all the students aware of this law and what are their rights enshrined in this law. Because hindi lang kaming SG yung mag-aakyat, we need the voice of everyone in the student body para mas mapakinggan kami ng admin. Hindi lang dapat piling mga estudyante, dapat lahat alam at informed sa rights nila na dun sa mga nasabing batas. Yun po. Thank you.
Yes po, and coinciding with what MJ said, the first and kailangan natin talaga is educating the students with this. Kasi to be honest po, with all sincerity and humility, it has come to my attention that the clauses that you said a while ago are not within the scope of the DPA. And I would like to educate the students as well on how you educated us today. So nais po namin na i-empower sila by educating them and by upholding this and collaborating with you in every way possible.
Thank you for your honesty and humility. That is well appreciated. So my second question is for the Executive Secretary candidate Shane Uy and PRO candidate Paula Pascual. What are your thoughts on students who are afraid to speak out their grievances toward the school administration and the faculty for fear of getting failing grades or losing scholarships? I repeat, what are your thoughts on students who are afraid to speak out their grievances toward the school administration and the faculty for fear of getting failing grades or losing scholarships?
Personally po, I understand their sentiments kasi as a student myself, sometimes nakikita ko din naman yung classmates ko, yung batchmates ko na takot nga sila mag-speak up kahit may nakikita na silang concern. Kasi takot sila mapag-initan or sa kanila matuon yung attention dahil lang nakita yung name nila na sila yung nag-address ng grievances na yun. Pero for me, part yun ng right natin as students eh. We have the right to demand what we think is right for us, kung anong tingin natin hindi natin natatamasa na karapatan na dapat meron tayo. Kaya nga po, nandito ang SG, kami yung magsisilbing bridge ng students para makarating sa administrators yung grievances nila. At kaugnay po nito, meron kaming platform para dito, ang SG 360, kung saan ito ay magiging isang database ng concerns and grievances ng students para makikita nila yung status ng kanilang concerns. Pero, with regards naman dun sa concern na yung confidentiality nila, parang magkakaroon, nasa kanila na kung gusto nilang i-disclose yung name nila. However, I think necessary pa din na magkaroon kahit section or course para ma-address siya directly at magawa ng solusyon. Ayun lang po. Thank you.
Yung stand ko naman po dito is, lahat naman po tayo may freedom of speech and bawat tao ay may karapatang magpahayag ng kanilang damdamin or expression. At hindi ito out opinion at pero meron po tayong limitasyon sa pag-express ng ating damdamin. And ramdam ko din naman po yung hirap na estudyante nga po. Lalo na ngayong pandemic, hindi po biro mag-aral ngayon. And meron po tayong right to free, right po na mag-express ng expression, pero kailangan po natin maging responsible and nakalagay po sa Constitution, Article 3, Section 4 ng Constitution po. And same with po with Ms. Shane, meron po kaming platform na SG360 po to support that. Thank you po.
Thank you. Meron lang akong follow-up question specifically for Ms. Shane. Being the executive secretary in the past year as well, do you think the previous administration has represented the concerns and state of the student body well? How do you say so?
Seeing all the things po and attending the BCA meetings, I can say na when it is pag inakyat na sa level namin, we make sure po na pinaparating namin ito sa BCA. At the same time, kasi iba po yung nangyayari doon, iba yung per monthly siya or basta hindi siya yung kada grievances yun na yung dinidiscuss, kinokolate siya. Giving you a little background, ganun po. Tapos kahit wala dun sa, paano ko masasabi na for sure na akit namin yung concerns ng student, is kahit wala siya sa agenda for that meeting, nire-raise po namin siya kapag nakikita namin na urgent talaga siya at kailangan ng responses. At nasasabi ko naman na akit na siya kasi nakikita naman namin lahat ng grievances ay urgent. As long as hindi siya na-address ng college councils, iaakyat namin siya kasi naniniwala kami na kailangan ng extra push pa para ma-address yung concern na yun. Which is why, yun nga, ulit, inaakit namin siya agad-agad. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Okay, thank you sa inyo.
Thank you very much, Lavoxa. This sums up our interpellation. Back to you, Vera.
Thank you so much, Isa. And that concludes our interpellation. Thank you, panelists and candidates. That was a very interesting and productive discussion.
Now that we've seen and heard our candidates' impressive answers, we will now head to the next portion of this Tapatan 2021, which is the free column.
Yes, compared to the previous portion wherein the questions only come from our panelists, in this portion, the questions come from both our panelists and our candidates.
This segment is intended for the offices and organizations, as well as the candidates, to have an opportunity to discuss certain matters in terms of the candidates' platforms, some inquiries, and more.
In addition to that, the offices and other organizations are allowed to intervene and provide follow-up questions from the inquiry of other offices and organizations.
From the title of this portion, free column, masasabi nga talaga natin na magkakaroon ng opportunity ang bawat isa to freely discuss certain matters na gusto ng ating panelists and candidates.
Yes, Sophia. However, given that may iba pa tayong segments, unfortunately, we're only limiting this portion to 20 minutes. Kaya huwag nyo nang palampasin ang inyong chance to ask inquiries to our panelists and to our candidates as well.
With that being said, wag na natin itong patagalin, Ate Sofia and Vera, because we're now opening the floor for the panelists or candidates who wanted to ask and clarify certain matters.
The panelists or candidates may now ask for or clarify on certain matters.
Okay po. Before anything else, before we proceed on our platforms, we would like to take this opportunity to ask our dear panelists on how we can help on the formulation of different activities, or are there any pressing needs that are urgent that we as student government running for the position or the platform for the student government that needs to be resolved urgently? Anyone po from our panelists so that we can align whatever things that we would like to achieve in the next academic year?
Hello, Dale. Okay, so for your question, just like Laya, this is a new organization. They invited us not to be a part of their campaign with regards to their campaign about the gender equality. And the STFO is very much open and very much willing to assist you, to help you in whatever way that we can, no, to support your activities as long as it's for the good of our students, for the welfare of our students. Please don't hesitate. Just have to send us an invitation. Thank you.
Thank you po, Miss Joanne. Thank you very much po. And yun nga po, maraming salamat po for our DO for even though this academic year is really challenging, we all managed to survive and to recuperate po on the things that we are doing. Salamat po. Any other po from our panelists? Yes po, Mr. Lescano from Comelec.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Well, as we can see with the world we have today, it is really vital for us to be knowledgeable of everything, especially our rights, our law. And it is really important for us to participate in all electoral process, electoral participation, economic standing of the country, and also good governance itself. As student government officers, what do you think are the things that you can do to help us educate people, to help us realize and materialize the 4-point agenda of DLSL Comelec, which is to ensure effective leadership, enhance electoral process, enable social civic engagement, and empower young voters before 2022 election comes?
I'm sorry, I'm waiting for my council members to answer this. But to be honest, Jello, Mr. Lescano, with the initiatives that our Comelec is doing right now, we were inspired by your Kamalayang Lasaliano. And by this, for the first step of educating young voters, us, all of us, we are we would like to collaborate with you as well on promoting that kind of talks. And by that, not just leaving it with a webinar, but having some group, formulating some groups wherein we can share our educational uh, platforms or anything that we would like to share, because this time the word of mouth is really powerful. And on the 2022 elections, we would like to have a task force, for example, from the Lasallian community to help us in educating young people as well and other people in creating a solution on matters at hand. Salamat po.
Thank you for that, Dale. No other questions po.
Salamat po. Mr. Reden from Laya.
Ayan, hello, malayang araw. So, nakakatuwa yung mga nabanggit nyo kanina. And gusto ko lang actually susugan yung nabanggit kanina ni Miss Joanne, kasi sina Miss Joanne nakipag-collaborate siya sa amin. And nakakatuwa yung effort nung office nila. So, bahagi din kasi nung sa Safe Space campaign namin, yung parang pakikipagtulungan sa different groups and offices and organizations sa ating paaralan. Kasi naniniwala din kami na ang laban para sa safe spaces ay hindi lang responsibilidad ng isang grupo. Ito ay isang responsibilidad ng napakaraming individual. And nakikita kasi namin yung yung student government bilang isang magandang plataforma para maglungsad ng safe spaces. So, I think if yung group nyo ay magiging willing to collaborate with us with Safe Space Campaign, actually nakapaglatag na kami ng programa. Meron na kaming detailed na program on safe spaces that will run for the whole school year. And siyempre, if magiging bukas yung office nyo and yung inyong council, we are very willing to collaborate on that and to discuss kung paano natin siya pagsasamahin. So, binabanggit ko lang siya kasi kanina nabanggit yung safe spaces and nabanggit nyo rin siya nung nagtanungan tayo. Tapos, siguro yung magiging pinaka-concern ng aming organization is more on representation and inclusion, especially on the needs of the trans community. Kasi as we all know, parang may privilege ang cis community sa atin kasi okay naman sa kanila, but yung trans community kasi yung pinaka-concern namin. So, yun yung pinaka-gusto sana namin ma-prioritize. And especially with the implementation of Safe Spaces Act na nava-value na din ang trans community, I hope makita din namin yung effort of the Executive Council and the other councils under the student government para ma-actionan siya. So yan, more of representation and inclusion. Tapos, may isa akong question, isa pang question. Actually, ito ay from Laya din. So wait lang ha. Ito ay about sa sex education. Tanong ko lang sana, what is your stance on sex education? Kasi 'di ba, parang sa Philippines, it has been considered as a taboo concept or taboo discussion. Pero ang sex education kasi napakalawak niyan. It composes of yun sa sexual health and sa sexuality. So napakahalaga rin kasi siya, and yung concern kasi ng tao, 'di ba? Especially yung mga issues natin sa lipunan, napaka related niya doon. So ano yung stance pala muna nung SG officials about sex education?
Okay, thank you very much po for that question. Kasi as a nursing student, sex education is parang hindi siya taboo concept on a nursing perspective. Pero on that note, I would like to integrate, and my stand for that po is I am pro or I am for sex education. Because kapag sinabi namang sex education, it's all about educating. Hindi tayo nag-i-instill na gawin mo to. We are instilling a responsible way of doing things, and we are instilling and we are educating people on how to do certain causes and certain matters responsibly. So dito po sa sex education, it's not all about the things na naiisip natin na very taboo ang concept. It's so much more than that. Ang sex education ay hindi lamang para sa mga ganong bagay, kundi mas marami pa. Kaya po muli ang stand namin, if ever Laya would like to collaborate with us then in formulating and drafting a sex education campaign or anything that we would like to integrate this matter, we are open for that po. Salamat po.
Ayan, follow up lang doon. Kasi 'di ba parang nabanggit din kasi yung parang magiging bahagi ng parang mga discussions or topics ay yung mga HIV. Bahagi ba 'yan?
Yes, yes po. Isa yun sa mga naging topics, hindi ko lang nabanggit kanina. Pero yun nga, sabi nga kanina ni Dane, talagang importante yung education para ma-raise yung awareness sa mga estudyante. At isa kasi sa mga purpose ng Break the Stigma campaign ay yung matanggal yung pagiging ignorante ng mga tao, ng mga estudyante specifically sa mga issues na nabanggit kanina. Thank you.
Ayan. Yun lang naman and salamat.
Okay na po ba? Mr. Perez po from La Voxa.
Hello, good afternoon ulit. Can you please give us a more detailed description on what you call the community discussion ba yun? Tama ba ako sa nabanggit na kanina? How will it work? And ano bang klaseng programa ito?
Okay po, so I think we should proceed na po on our presentation on it. Pero we can we can discuss sa kasi yun po yung first slide din namin later on. MJ, proceed tayo sa community dialogues. Okay, for the community dialogues, these are the bullet points. Better student representations, assessment of the pressing needs of students, gathering pool of student representatives, collaborate to make certain solutions, advocacies, and movement speeching. So ito po, para mas maging konkreto po ang nakikita nating imahe sa community dialogue. Before po mag-start ang termino namin, if ever man, magbibigyan kami ng pagkakataon na magkaroon ng platapormang ito na sa student government, we will be able to collaborate with different sectors of our school. Kung ano ang pangangailangan nila ay matutugunan natin kasi ito po ang napansin namin na every time we are doing something na before, very general, hindi natin nakikita yung specifics. So what are we going to pitch po is to have a community dialogue na well represented ng iba't ibang student representative. So how will it work? We will be having a monthly meeting with them by assessing their needs, knowing what they want, and knowing what are the grievances that the certain sector is having. And from that, we will be able to have a general list of the matters na kailangang erase and the specifics na kailangan pong erase. So that's the community dialogue po for our first platform.
How will it be different dun sa ginagawa na rin ng SG ngayon na survey with regard to certain issues? I can see the similarity that you're going to collate our perspective and our opinion with regard to issues and the situation of our schooling, of our academic. How will it be different? How will it make an actual change aside from just speaking out our sentiments and our concerns? Is there a corresponding concrete action upon collating our concerns and sentiments on that particular issue?
Okay po, maraming salamat po for pointing that out. And based po dito, siguro it's not that different nga in our perspective as of now. And kasi po, ang turnout of the student engagements on every survey that we are doing ay hindi po ganun karami madalas. So what we want is to have a focused group discussion wherein mas specific ang makukuhang sagot at yung mga representative na nandoon ay mas kayang sabihin kung ano. Kumbaga po, it will be complementary and not contradicting. This community dialogue will complement the surveys that we are doing. So in terms of redundancy of this thing, siguro naman po is not redundant kasi this will be in a scope of the student representatives and the students na marami. So we will join it para mas matatag at mas malakas ang point na ma-raise natin on every situation that we will be having po.
Okay, thank you.
Maraming salamat po. So, from CSO po, Ms. Frances.
Ayan, hello. Good afternoon again. So, I am really glad na you mentioned kanina about breaking the barriers between SG and CSO kasi most students think talaga na there is something between SG and CSO na lagi silang may hati sa gitna where in fact dapat wala and dapat wala talaga. So ayun, I am glad na you mentioned about that. And you were asking kanina kung ano yung mga concerns sa bawat office na pwedeng i-address or pwedeng makatulong ang SG. So for CSO, I think it will focus more on organization welfare kasi ayun, organization welfare, student interest, and the leadership journey. Ito yung ifo-focus ko din. Kasi I have this question na, di ba, most of us siguro, most student leaders, pati yung mga candidates for SG, the next school year ay mga fourth year students. So, syempre, it is our last year na, graduating na tayo. And the tagline of SG is empowering with honor. So, my question is, sa tingin nyo, parang ano kaya yung pwedeng gawin ng SG to empower the students na na-encourage sila na mag-start ng kanilang leadership journey? Ayun.
Okay po. Thank you very much, Miss Frances. And yun nga po, na merong misconception between SG and CSO na merong division. But now, let's try to provide them siguro collaborations, many collaborations with CSO para makita na we are joining forces. And we are open for it. So ano po ba yung question natin? How can we empower with honor? Kasi ang nagiging issue rin natin from the formulation of the question from the fourth year, yung succession rate ng magiging student leaders natin. So from the succession, we will be providing avenues where they can involve themselves. Kasi ang pagiging isang student leader ay hindi isang sapilitan. Kundi we should not enforce, but we will be giving them enough platforms na parang ma-realize nila na, para dito ako sa serbisyong ito. So we will be enforcing those things na mas kumbaga ay mai-involve at mai-expose sila sa mga student leadership na mga ganitong bagay. So, ayun. Anyone from the council who would like to add?
Ayun, aside from typical webinars and leadership trainings, talagang as student leaders, kailangan magbigay din tayo ng opportunities sa mga estudyante na talagang ma-experience nila kung paano maging student leader, so doon matitrain talaga sila na maging isang prepared na student leader when it comes pag dumating yung panahon na sila naman yung pwedeng tumakbo or pwedeng maging student leader sa kahit anong organizations. So we provide opportunities, network of opportunities.
Thank you for that. Ayan, I have no follow-up questions then.
Okay po. I think Mr. Carl raised his hand a while ago po.
Hi, hello. Can you hear me clearly again or choppy or what?
Yes po. Okay na po.
My questions would somehow be related with what Mr. Perez has said a while ago. He's asking about kung ano yung difference tong community dialogue nyo aside from the survey na ginagawa natin, na ginagawa ng term ko ngayon, ng administration ko ngayon. Then you said you have this to have a focus group discussion for better student representation, to assess their processing needs and whatsoever. So from that, I want to know na kasi we will be having natin lagi tayong merong monthly meeting with the mayors. We're discussing their needs, their grievances. We're discussing our plans with them. Kung anong expect for this academic year, for this term. With that time going on, what is the difference naman with that community dialogue dun sa mayors meeting na ginagawa natin ngayon monthly?
Okay po. Maraming salamat, Carl, for giving us a hindsight on what to show. So ito po yung difference niya. The sectors ang aanihin natin kasi the mayors are more on about the things that they are about to do. But seeing the panelists, thank you Comelec for this because you opened our minds on this one for having a community dialogue. Ano po ba yung mga representative na to? It's not just about the mayors. We will stick with it. We have nothing against with a monthly mayor's meeting. Pero we will just add something na mas magiging specific ang needs. For example, sa Laya, ano ba yung advokasya ng Laya? Sa CSO, ano ba yung mga dapat? Ito po yung sector na dapat nating binibigyan din ng pansin. Kasi on our mayor's level, hindi po nabibigyang pansin ng mga ganong spesipikong bagay. Kaya nais namin na mas mabigyan ng ilaw pa or ng platform ang bawat isa. So parang may gusto pong mag-add up din, MJ?
Ayan, so ang difference din niya dun sa mga nagagawang survey, I guess dito sa community dialogue, hindi siya magbe-base lang sa survey. Kaya ng sinabi ni Dave, magkakaroon ng discussions and mas focus siya. Kasi compared sa survey na dinadisseminate sa lahat ng students, yung nakokalit na perspective ay mostly in general. So we want to look into the specifics yung, for example, sa scholars, ano ba yung kailangan ng scholars? Ano ba yung needs nila? Ano ba yung specific concerns nila as scholars? And even the athletes. So yung mga different sectors na to, mas mapagpo-focusan and hindi sila makakasagot ng survey na more on in general yung natatak. And like what Dale said, hindi naman maaalis yung monthly meeting with the mayors and all. And ang problem lang din mostly, pag sa mayors, mostly academics din yung nagiging concerns nila. And we want to look into other concerns na aside from that para mas mata.
And additional lang, speaking from a perspective ng isang current mayor, napansin ko kasi na sa mga mayor's meeting, masyado nang collated lahat ng concerns, pinagsama-sama na siya. So dun sa mga focus group discussions na plan namin gawin, mas maibababa natin on a personal level, ano ba talaga yung concern? Like what they said, specific, hindi general. Kasi a certain yes or no in a survey will not define the sentiments of the student. Kailangan mas mapalapit yung SG sa tao para mas maiakyat namin ng mabuti yung concerns nila sa mga authorities or admin na need makarinig ng concerns na yun. Yun lang. Thank you.
Ayan, thank you so much. So just to add lang, kasi yun, na-realize and I was enlightened by all sa lahat ng sinabi. So just to add lang, I hope you do include pagiging dialogue nyo, all the offices that was na need nyo i-involve with this kind of dialogue na, or gusto nyo address na concerns, for example, sa laya, for equality, or for scholars, sa LAMP with Sir Henson, please do also coordinate with them as they have some sort of plans or laws or policies that we also need to follow in addressing specific concerns. So with that, to remove, maiwasan na rin natin ang conflict pagdating sa term nyo. So, ayun, please do note na lang din pagdating doon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carl. I think someone is raising their hand. Oh, okay. Mr. Raj?
Ayan. Hello. Bali, gusto ko lang susugan yung mga nabanggit ng SG natin. Napakaganda kasi ng community dialogue na nabanggit nila. Kasi for the longest time, di ba, parang hindi nabibigyan ng priority minsan yung mga usapin, lalo na halimbawa sa sector representation. So napakaganda na ma-connect lalo yung mga grupo. Halimbawa, yung sa LAYA, sa LLL, and so on and so forth, yung mga kasama nating offices dito. Kasi minsan, yung mga tao kasi nakaupo doon, yung mga taong involved sa mga ganung bagay, sila kasi yung lalong magbibigay or magsasagot ng pangangailangan ng community nila. So, especially if nagbibigay tayo ng proper representation, mas napapakita kasi yung pangangailangan at mas nasasagot natin or mas na-address natin yung mga kailangang i-address muna sa ating institusyon. So, may tanong lang ako, di ba parang may mga projects pa kayong ipapakita? Yung sunod kasi ay related sa support for mental health kasi nakita natin, kasi di ba parang nabanggit niyo siya kanina. And isa kasi sa pinaka nakita namin dun sa aming campaign before ay the need for support for mental health. And ayun nga, yung pinaka-notion kasi natin dito, minsan ang nakikita ng mga tao na sagot for mental health is webinar. Diba? Para mga educational platform. But not all people really need a webinar. Hindi naman lahat ng tao kailangan yon. Kasi minsan, ang alam naman natin yung webinar, it's for yung sa middle class and upper class. Hindi siya for, or napaka-struggle siya dun sa mga tao na sa lower class. Tapos, minsan kasi, for mental health, mas kailangan nila ng pahinga, mas kailangan nila ng suporta, mas kailangan nila ng serbisyo. So, gusto ko lang sana malinaw kung paano nyo gagawin yung support for mental health, knowing that you will be giving projects, especially yung parang nag-i-engage sa students. Gusto ko lang siya ng mas linawin nyo pa yon part na yon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. merong mga certain platforms yung si Beam Council na will answer that. Kasi napag-usapan din namin na ang dami nating webinar but nabe-burnout na tayo kasi information overload na sa students kasama pa yung modules. Meron kaming ilang platforms na more on entertainment and leisure just to distance ourselves sa modules. Parang take a break, kumbaga, na ipapakita mamaya ng si Beam Council. Ayun lang. Thank you!
Yun lang naman, and I'm looking forward na dun sa presentation ng mga projects. Thank you.
Ayan, so now we are giving the floor to the candidates to present their projects and presentations. The panelists may include their comments or feedbacks later in the messages from the panelist portion.
Okay, thank you very much po for pinpointing the things that we need to improve and the things that we should consider on these platforms. So it will revolve mostly on involvement, improvement, and interdependence. So for the first part, it's already given that we have community dialogue. So we'll skip it. So for the second one, for our second project is the mental health breaker academic ease. This time, it is very, very in need of the students. Ito ang kailangan. Paano ba natin masusolusyonan din ito? At willing, ito po ang sinasabi ng term na ito na we are willing to propose dates for a break if it is needed, most especially if we are bombarded with different tasks. So this is just an overview, and if you would like to collaborate with us in drafting this and doing something to for this specific project, we are open for that. For the next one po, Lasallian Safe Spaces. This is with a collaboration with Laya, as what Mr. Raz said a while ago, that they already have the matrix of what to do on Laya. So we are giving them the support and the platform that they need in boosting that advocacy and movement.
Okay, so yung next po naming project is yung SG 360, which only aims to have a better communication between the student government and the students. So dito po magkakaroon ng two-way communication, and dahil nakita namin importance na yes, hindi nag-e-end yung pakikipag-communicate sa students sa pagkuha lang ng kanilang thoughts and opinion. But dito po mas magbibigay kami ng feedback about sa status ng kanilang naging concern. The Student Welfare Desk, ito naman, ang aim po ay magkaroon ng systematic way to address concerns. Dito magkakaroon ng committees sa student government na mag-a-address ng specific concerns para mas magkaroon ng mabilis and mas maayos na pag-a-address po ng concern. And the Lasallian COVID response, and this is to increase the awareness of the students when it comes to COVID or about COVID-19. And dito magkakaroon ng call ang student government to integrate COVID discussions sa even kahit sa first week lang ng school.
Just an additional lang po. We are proposing po sana to tap CGCC as well, or the guidance counselors, to help us in this. Ito po ay kasi based on my experience on what happened to me, I was infected with COVID-19. And the moment that they said that I am recovered, the COVID journey is not yet ending. It is just the start of a massive part. Kumbaga, personally po, na-experience ko magkaroon ng brain fog, nawalan ako ng motivation to do my studies. And with that po, we are proposing with the guidance po to have a program, pero we are willing to collaborate with you po to amplify it and to market it with the students na kasi may mga infected po tayo na students and hindi po madali yung pinagdaraanan subsequent to the recovery stage. Kasi yung after po nun, the after effects are more crucial than yung pong mga mild symptoms lang. So we are hoping po to collaborate with the guidance counselors as well. Thank you po.
Ayan, Lasaliano, kamusta kayo? Is a meeting with the class officers every last Wednesday of the month. Ang aim nito ay mag-establish ng close communication with the class officers. Parang bukod sa SG 360, parang gusto lang natin mag-add na isa pang channel or isa pang medium para ma-raise yung concerns ng students, yung grievances nila sa dapat pag-raisean. Ayun. Negosyo Lasaliano, this was initially an initiative of the college councils during this term. Ang aim nito ay i-promote ang Lasallian small businesses for additional income. Lalo na ngayon, may pandemic pa rin, malaki pa rin ang pangangailangan. Lalo na sa financial aspect. Kaya makikita natin, madami tayong students na nag-i-immerse sa business side. Kaya bilang student government, gusto namin ipakita yung suporta namin sa kanila sa pamamagitan ng Negosyo Lasaliano, where mag-i-adapt yung sale concept at magkakaroon ng certain products na mag-feature monthly sa page para ma-ensure na madaming makakakita at ma-expand yung reach nito, magkakaroon ng packages kung saan hindi naman monetary yung magiging palitan, magiging medium of exchange kung hindi likes. Para sa pamamagitan nito, mas mapapalawak natin yung reach at mas share natin yung businesses ng Lasallian sa mas maraming tao para mas makatulong. Yun.
So next is yung SG Connects. Our aim here is to provide essential updates to students. Dito po, yung mga updates is through text messages para po maano natin yung problem ng students sa internet connectivity. Kasi hindi naman po lahat tayo ay may stable internet or meron talagang internet connection sa bahay. So dito may inform and ma-update ang students about essential things that they need to know about school announcements, mga matters about schools, na hindi na nila necessary na kailangan pa mag-connect sa internet. So, next is yung pagbabago sa Bayan Ko series. So, dito we aim to empower students tapos mag-advocate kami ng responsible voting. Lalo na dahil next year, magkakaroon tayo ng national elections. Dito we want to collaborate with DLSL Comelec para makapaggawa kami ng mga social awareness and educational campaigns. As an expected outcome, we will have responsible and socially aware Lasallian voters. So dito, ikaw naman, Leaders of the Future. This is an activity that is focused on equipping students with leadership skills through conducting leadership training seminars. So dito, merong series of trainings na para sa mga college councils, sa class officers, and other student leaders from different colleges. Yun.
Additional po ulit with regards to this leaders of the future na nasabi po namin na also the college councils ay mag-undergo talaga nito. And ano po ba yung distinction niya sa mga common webinars? This aims po na i-establish, this will be for the establishment of different college councils as well, given that we are lacking for college councils at pilay talaga kung ano man ang nangyayari sa student government if ever man na walang tatakbo talaga at walang tumakbo. So ano po ba yung aim na ito? It is to establish and to help them establish at i-assure sila na hindi mag-iisa, to trust the vision of the executives and to trust the vision of the whole student government po.
SG Podcast po helps the students discover new and insightful ways to approach the real world. So dito po, i-equip po namin yung student body with the skills and lessons needed in the real world, such as adulting, time management, work ethics, handling pressure, and making decisions po. And State of the Student Government Address or SOSGA reports the progress and actual state of the student government within the semester for a well-informed student body para po updates and transparency po para sa mga students.
And proceeding to the CBIM Council, so we see to it na yung redundancy of each platforms and distribution will be well distributed kung ito naman ay kaya ng College Council po. Salamat po, CBIM.
So, ang aming pong mga first agendas po sa CBIM Council ay ang sagot kita CBIM po. Meeting with the mayors po siya na kung saan may kaming monthly sessions sa nila with the mayors and class representatives kung saan na-discuss po namin sa nila ang grievances, suggestions for future SG actions, at feedback sa mga nagawa namin for that current month. Tapos next po, ang si BIM on call. Siya po ay parang sagot kita si BIM kung saan nag-gather namin po yung mga grievances ng mga students. Pero dito naman po, ay ang specific sensitive matters po ang ng students ang gagather. Gamit ang amin po mga Facebook at online platforms, ay igagather namin po kanilang concerns at isi-sure po namin na meron silang privacy at confidentiality sa nilang ni-raise na concerns.
Okay, yung iConnect naman, basically, this is to provide students with assistance even when they are offline. So the goal here is to reach each and every student. Kailangan parang well-informed sila kasi given the social media platforms, parang hindi lahat ng estudyante napaparatingan ng information and announcements. So here, ang goal namin is through a text message and through monitoring, mapaparatingan pa rin sila ng information even though they are offline. Also, through our hotline, students can reach us out, raise their concerns, and express their opinions through a text message then. Next.
So, next po ay imulat. So, ang imulat po ay isang educational discussion about sa mga relevant social topics or issues ngayon. May it be about politics, the current situation natin sa pandemic, educational system, or any other relevant topics dito sa bansa natin. And ito ay isang initiative para mabigyan ng platform or chance sa mga students na i-voice out and express ang opinions nila, especially na nasa kapanahonan na tayo na hindi pwedeng ignorant or neutral lang tayo sa mga nangyayari sa paligid natin ngayon. So, this activity aims to show na there is power in knowledge, power in using your voice, especially sa ating mga youth. So, ang imulat po ay different sa webinar kasi sa imulat po ay hinihikayat yung mga participants na magkaroon ng discussions na maibigay yung kanilang mga opinions, mga thoughts, mga stand nila sa topic ng discussion. So, saka ito pong imulat ay in collaboration with the Tapatan Party List of Batangas na sila yung katulong ng council na mag-isip ng mga topics for discussion, mga speaker, and pag-invite ng mga participants.
So, ang CBIM Primer is a platform, newly established platform siya that aims to guide the students throughout the academic year about the school operations. As a student, lalo na sa bagong online platform natin, marami tayong mga hindi naman yung masyadong hindi siya masyadong well-oriented. So, si Beam Primer offers yung mga sagot sa mga house on specific matters, especially with the new online setup. It is necessary na ma-access to ng mga students anytime. So, pwede siya gamitin through social media platforms or para sa convenience, yung Canvas. CBIM Primer is to provide the students manual or informative materials that can assist them and guide them throughout the academic year. Frequently asked questions can also be included here to make the students well-informed regarding the matters that are deemed necessary. For example, kung paano mga enroll, kung yung mga magbabayad ng tuition, tapos kung may mga concerns tayo regarding different offices throughout the campus, naka-provide na sa CBIM Primer lahat ng mga emails ng mga offices na to para mas mapadali yung pakikipag-coordinate ng mga students sa mga offices mismo. Next po.
Hello, so yun po. For our CBIM updates, it aims to provide the students with the information they need to know regarding school matters and the announcements they need to see about school activities in order for them to be well informed and updated on the important matters happening inside the school. Ito po ay nagawa para walang naiiwan ng estudyante and lahat po aware sa mga nangyayari inside the school. Then, it will be utilized through social media. Tapos, isa din po ito sa magiging way namin to raise awareness to students about the social issues currently happening to enlighten the students on the situations that they need to be sensible. Overall, CBIM updates is proposed to nourish the minds of the students with information that will make them aware of the matters important for them to know. Next po.
So a reminder from CBIM or yung student calendar, a centralized calendar made to serve as a guide for students to be reminded of the important dates they need to know in order to avoid delays and problems. So nitong academic year 2020-21, as part po as the current CBIM Council, notice po namin na frequent nagtanong ang students about sa mga dates like kung kailan ang-start ng enrollment, kung kailan ang deadline ng enrollment, gaano kahaba ang mga holiday breaks, ng semestral breaks, or kung kailan ang resume ng mga classes, yung mga ganong questions po. So dito, parang na-conclude namin na hindi masyadong guided ang mga students sa mga important dates na dapat nila matandaan. It could be dahil masyadong madaming workload na di nila nababalitaan or di sila nanonotify about sa mga dates na ito. So with this, we came up with the student calendar, a reminder from CBIM, para kung saan nakaplot na sa calendar na ito yung mga importanteng dates na dapat tandaan ng mga student. It's just a small initiative, but we think that it will be very helpful sa mga students, lalo na at may mga instances nga na hindi sila nakaka-receive ng mga news about sa mga dates na in-announce ng school or mga notifications about sa important dates na ito. So, yun lang.
Hello po. So, ang aim ng Break the Stigma campaign is to spread awareness about sa social issues na need to be normalized. Kailangan po natin educate ng students tungkol nga po sa issues na yon para makakreate tayo ng safe space for all students so that they can voice their concerns which most people are ignorant of and to foster inclusivity. Ang specific issues po na in-aim ng CBIM is sex education, toxic masculinity, toxic positivity, mental health issues, at discrimination toward the LGBT community. So yun nga po with accordance nga po with Laya, sana nga po we can collaborate. So mas maganda yung flow po ng activities natin. Yun lang po.
Hello. Yung sumunod naman po is yung Sibim with Me and Kamustahan. So ito po yung isa sa mga activities ng Sibim na tailor fit sa online setting natin. Dahil nga nakakapagod na yung environment sa bahay at saka yung lack of social interaction. Inspired po siya dun sa Discord server na Study With Me if meron man ditong mga members din doon. So we aim to create a safe and free space exclusive for Sibim students to gather online whether if gusto nilang mag-aral or just to entertain themselves. This is also anchored in our advocacy regarding mental health na nasuggest nga po kanina ni Mr. Raz na maiba naman tayo, wag naman puro webinars. So the server would be composed of different study rooms named as different school areas such as LRC, South Lounge, North Lounge. It can be used for recreational activities such as game nights as well or movie nights. Somehow bringing students as close as it could get sa normal experiences natin nung face-to-face classes pa. So yun po yung aim ng Sibim with Me and Kamustahan. Thank you.
Ang next po ay Bolans 2.0. Siya po ay year-round sub-organization po under the CBIM Council. Dito po, natatap po namin ang class mayors at ang mga volunteer students kung saan i-hone po namin kanilang skills while making sure na makakatulong po sila sa success ng mga activities po ng CBIM. Next slide po. Yan. Tapos po, Taking the Lead 2.0 po. Siya rin po ay isang series po ng webinars kung saan meron po kami mga i-invite na seasoned leaders kung saan ituturo po nila from their expertise yung mga dapat gawin as a leader at ang moral values. Ang ini-aim po namin dito ay sana sa future ay magkaroon po silang initiative at confidence sa kanilang pag-take ng leadership roles while having the proper mentality para ma-achieve ang welfare ng mga nakabubuti sa lahat. Thank you.
For this po, CBIM outlet, it is for stress and anxiety relief from workloads, and it also promotes mental health through games and activities. So dito po is limited yung interaction natin with students, knowing that you're in the middle of a pandemic. So we thought of having an activity na just in a relation po sa mental health at pagpo-protect ng well-being ng students. Parang this is an activity that can ease their burnt out feeling through activities po, like we propose tournaments and quiz bees games. So once a month po per in the CBIM calendar para lang mais lahat yung burnt out nila from stress. So yun lang po.
And dito naman po, basically webinars and workshop to na meron ding invited speaker to impart their wisdom, learnings, and share their progress in achieving their goals to also somehow motivate the students. But the focus po of the topics would mainly be regarding their preparation for corporate world and even to enhance their skills relevant to their program. Examples po ng mga magiging topics dito would be, for example, resume writing workshop, interview workshop, financial literacy webinar. Yung simpleng ganun po na topic na talagang beneficial for students in CBIM. Next.
Next naman po is CBIM Awards Night. This will be executed po every end of the semester. It recognizes the achievements of the CBIM students and boosts morale of students knowing their efforts are appreciated. It is one way to recognize and acknowledge the hard work of all the students under the College of Business, Economics, Accountancy, and Management. Despite the uncertainties happening, they deserve to be commended for the determination that they've devoted throughout the semester. Surviving each passing day is already an achievement, and so is being able to finish a semester despite the circumstances that may demotivate the student. Yun lamang po.
Okay, so with all that po, gusto lang namin i-reiterate yung aming three general platforms na ina-aim namin for this school year, which is yung improvement, involvement, and interdependence. And with this, gusto lang namin ulitin na itong mga platforms, ito po ay initial platforms, and ito yung magiging baseline platforms, but are still open to collaboration and open to suggestion, ganun po. Depende sa needs ng bawat sektor gaya ng nabanggit ko kanina. That's all po.
That concludes our free column portion. We hope that both our panelists and candidates were able to enlighten one another. Thank you to our panelists and to our candidates. Now let's move on. For this portion, we will be asking questions coming from the students. Candidates, you only have 30 seconds to answer the question. We will start the timer as soon as you answer. So for the first question, this is from Anonymous. And this question is for Francis Ann G. Portugal, Executive Auditor. The question is, currently the party has no rival party and no running candidates for CON, SEAS, SITEM, and site councils. How can students from those colleges partake or be represented in the policy making and other projects or activities of the student government if there are no running candidates to represent and provide services or projects for the student body? If the next SG admin would resort to an appointment system, how can it be ensured that the appointees are qualified for the position and would put the students' interests first, especially if the candidates to be appointed are not chosen by the students?
So for that, syempre isa sa advocacy sa platform naming executive council is involvement. So i-make sure namin na kahit walang council from other colleges is mai-involve lahat ng students from other colleges. Tapos doon naman sa appointment, so parang i-make sure namin na willing din mag-serve yung mga ma-appoint na students para mabigyan ng tamang service yung students from other colleges. Yun.
Thank you so much po for your answer. Next question is from Anonymous. And this question is for Shane Lynn Andre L. Uy, Executive Secretary. And the question is, aside from the zeal for service, why did you run again as the Executive Secretary of the student government?
Aside from that, I ran again kasi alam ko na meron pa. May offer pa ako. At gusto ko pang mag-serve. May spark pa dun eh. Parang hindi kasi natatapos yung will mong mag-serve pagkatapos ng term mo. Once na ma-feel mo, once na tinawag ka ng service, kailangan mo talagang tumugon eh. At tinawag niya ako. At tumugon ako. Kaya nandito ako sa harap niyo. At tumakbo ulit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Miss Shane. Now, the next answer is from Anonymous. This question is for Dane Luis Maderazo, and the question is, how will you empower other students to the whole college community if some of the CBIM students did not feel your term as a governor?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Hindi ko po narinig.
All right po. The question is, how will you empower other students to the whole college community if some of the CBIM students did not feel your term as a governor?
Hello, okay lang po palipit ng question. Nagcha-choppy po kasi. Sorry po. Hello?
Hello? Here's the question
Hello?
po. Can you hear
Okay.
me clearly po?
Yes po.
Ayan. So, the question is, how will you empower other students of the whole college community if some of the CBIM students did not feel your term as a governor?
Okay. First, I would like to apologize if there are instances that in my term, my presence as a governor was not felt. But I'm sure that I can empower the students more this time because I have learned through my lapses and through my lapses during my term. Alam ko na kung ano yung mga naging pagkukulang ko, and I'm sure na I will be applying them all ngayon na tatakbo na ako as the executive treasurer.
Thank you so much po, Miss Dane. Next question is from Ashley Claire. The question is for Paula Renee Pascual. And here's the question po. Political views reflect the morals a person upholds and how they think society should run. We know that everything is political, but politics isn't everything. As even to the capacity of bringing food on the table is political. Political views are critical on being an effective leader as it reflects your capacity and your morals. The question is, how do different political stances within the council affect the effectiveness of the running administration?
Nakakaapekto ang political views sa pag-run ng organization since iba-iba tayo na mindset and knowing na iba-iba tayo na mindset and I respect naman na if iba yung political view niya sa political view ko, pero I think dapat nagkakaintindihan tayo at nagkakaisa and kailangan united. And the difference may create a check and balance. Ayun lang po.
Ayan, thank you so much po. And then last question po is from Anonymous, question for CBEAM program coordinators. The question po is, how will you establish your program's bond, relationship, and camaraderie with the setup we have right now? What are your plans of action? Anybody po can start.
Like what we talked about in our past meetings, napag-usapan po namin na hindi kasi hindi ganong personal yung approach pag nagbibigay lang kami ng reports sa ProgCore. So ang plano every month at least, yung mga ProgCore is ma-meet yung mga sections na like meeting, kwentuhan, sharing of kamusta ba sila para mas personal yung approach namin. And yun, ma-maximize yung role ng mga ProgCores since each program merong ProgCore. Lang. Thank you.
Thank you so much po. And that concludes our open forum. Back to you, Vera.
Thank you so much, Isa. And that concludes our open forum. Thank you, students and candidates.
I can confidently say from this open forum that Lasallians are indeed very woke.
You're right, Kim. They are really exercising their right to know who the candidates are as future leaders.
Wait guys, ang tagal naman ng twist for today's meeting de avance. Baka naiinip na ang viewers natin yan.
Well, don't worry guys, kasi sabi nga nila, di ba, save the best for last. Pero, what is the twist kaya of this event?
Ito na, wag na nating patagalin pa. We will have a fast talk with the candidates. Pero bago yan, let us hear the questions that our former Executive Council and governors have prepared for our candidates.
Executive Council and governors, you now have the floor. Please ask away your questions.
Candidates, you only have 90 seconds to answer the question. To start off, we have Mr. Carl Tolentino, the Executive President of the Student Government, to ask his question.
So yun, again, my questions would be for the aspiring Executive President, Mr. Dale Castillo. Dale, can you hear me well?
Yes po. Apa.
So my questions will some sort of hypothetical scenario. In my past years in student government, palaging merong proposal for the tuition fee increase.
I'm sorry, nag-mute po ata si Mr. Carl.
I apologize. Okay na? Yun. Since with some sort of be a hypothetical scenario. In my past years in student government, we're always the administration would always proposing a tuition fee increase. So there would be a possibility you will be also encountering that in your term if you will be elected. So from that, by the time na malaman ng mga students, there have been always a strong backlash or situation with regards to that for some reasons. So with that, my question is, how would you harmonize the needs of both sides as the next executive president?
Thank you very much, Carl. The tuition fee increase has always been the issue every year. And to be honest, I would just like to disclose this. I drafted the letter which was sent to the Commission on Higher Education of the student government this academic year for the tuition fee increase. So upon drafting all of those, I see to it that all of us will stand with the students because a tuition fee increase of 1% is still an increase. So I would like to stand that a certain increase should not be given without prior or due procedure, and everything should be considered. So with this po, how would I harmonize both sides? On my term as a college governor, I learned how to balance or have a bifocal vision with the administrators and the students. By finding a middle ground with this, but I see to it that I will still stick with my core and with the students that I am fighting for, because the students are my colleagues, and I would like to stand with them by giving them the facts, giving everything that they need to know, and from that we will draw solutions, and by those solutions we will create impact on the certain matters, most especially concerning with the tuition fee increase. But once again, I would like to reiterate that a 1% increase is still an increase. So I am not for the increase as well. Thank you po.
Wow, that's so good.
Thank you, Mr. Tolentino. Next, we have Ms. Lourdes Solis, the Executive Vice President of the Student Government.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my question po is for Miss Shane Uy. So, yun po. My question po is, given all the problems that happened this academic year, how can you or your council become more proactive for the upcoming academic year? Like, for example, limited face-to-face classes are approved or virtual graduation was proposed. How can you resolve the student concerns before it became a problem? Am I audible po?
Yes.
Repeat ka lang yung question. So, yan. Given all the problems that happened this academic year, how can you or your council become more proactive for the upcoming academic year? Like, for example, if limited face-to-face classes are approved or virtual graduation was proposed, how can you resolve the student concerns before it became a problem?
First of all, I believe po na gagawa natin to ng paraan when we keep a close communication with the administrators. Kasi first and foremost, before naman po ito ibaba sa students, ay nasa kanilang initial planning. So dapat para magawa natin ng paraan ay aware tayo sa programs na ito at aware tayo sa mga mangyayari na plano nila para makapag-input tayo ng insights natin para ma-represent natin ng ayos ang student body. And another one, para magkaroon tayo ng well-representation ng student body, kailangan natin makuha yung responses nila. Itong responses nila ay pwede nating mag-gather through surveys at saka yung community dialogue para mas makuha natin yung opinion ng bawat sector at ng bawat student before tayo mag-arrive with the recommendation. At saka para din ma-erase natin ng ayos yung voice nila, kailangan natin makakuha ng responses from them. And then, another one is to weigh your options. Tingnan natin kung makakabuti ba ito para sa kanila, makakatulong ba ito o hindi. Katulad ng yung face-to-face, limited face-to-face, isipin natin ay kaya ba nila yung gastos, hindi ba masyadong burden sa kanila, yung safety nila, things like that. Parang at pag-usapan siya ng council along with the different sectors para mas maging efficient at saka maging appropriate yung response natin at mas maging proactive tayo para sa mga issues. Ayun po. Thank you.
Thank you so much po, Ms. Solis. Up next, Ms. Tiffany Tan, the Executive Treasurer of the Student Government.
So, hello. My question po will be for Ms. Dane Maderazo. So, as the next executive treasurer, how do you plan to manage finances given that there is a lingering possibility of delay in the request of checks tulad kung ano yung nangyayari ngayon sa ating council? So, how do you address to address such issues knowing na nakaka-affect ito sa mga projects and activities natin and sa mga magiging pays natin?
Okay, as the next treasurer, as the next executive treasurer, I will be as part ng aking responsibility as stated in the constitution na magkaroon ng internal agreement sa loob ng SG na internal procedure na with the executive auditor. And with this, magkakaroon kami ng mas maayos or more systematic na paghahandle or pagpaprocess ng mga CKRs and other requisition forms. With this, we plan on magkaroon ng mas maaga na pag-submit and mas maayos na process na kung saan parang hindi makaapekto sa magiging projects ng councils, which we have experienced din sa term na to. And also, ima-manage ko yung funds in a way na i-apply ko din yung mga natutunan ko as the previous CBIM finance manager and as a current accountancy student na ipa-prioritize din yung mga sa pagbabudget ng fund, especially ng executive council, na uunahin at ipa-prioritize yung activities, yung budget for the activities na mas kailangan unahin. Ayun.
Thank you so much po, Ms. Tan. Let us now call on Mr. Franz Ebreo, the Executive Auditor of the Student Government.
So, good afternoon po, everyone. So, my question will be for Miss Francis and Portugal. So, my question is, what do you think is the best trait an executive auditor must possess, and how do you see this trait or traits would help you perform the task?
For me, the most important trait na dapat i-possess ng isang auditor is yung honesty and integrity. Kasi isa sa pinaka-function ng isang executive auditor is dun sa validation tsaka i-verify yung assets or yung money ng SG kung na-utilize ba siya sa kung saan siya dapat gamitin. So, I think yung honesty and integrity makakatulong siya para rin natin sa students na transparent tayo and ginagamit natin ng ayos at tama yung budget. Tas ginagamit natin yung budget na yon para sa kanila. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Ebreo. Next, we have Mr. John Jefferson de las Armas, the Executive Public Relations Officer of the Student Government.
Good afternoon po. My question po is for Miss Paula Pascual. Audible po ba ako? Thank you. First is, as the next executive PRO, what are your plans to increase engagement of students to our online platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram account?
I'm sorry, pwede po bang ulitin po yung tanong?
Sige. As the next executive PRO, what are your plans to increase engagement of students to our online platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram account?
As the next PRO po, kailangan importante yung communication dyan. And papasok din dyan ang marketing. And since nagkaroon ako ng PRO, ngayong term na subject, kailangan mag-increase ng mga viewers through FB, Twitter, Instagram. Dapat pag-isipan yung mga pinopost. Like, marami kang i-consider yung time. And yung time kung anong oras ba yung mga tao na nagising or kung active ba sila, and then yung content mo. And kailangan yung content mo is kailangan patok, pasok, at kailangan very clear. Hindi siya mahaba, pero kailangan concise, very clear. And then, I have to know my audience. Kasi my audience is students, and I should really consider their interest, and I will listen actively sa mga students kung may concern sila or parang hindi masyadong effective yung ginagawa ko, and i-apply ko din yung mga natutunan ko as PRO ng DLSL SLR ngayong term. Ayun lang po. Thank you.
And for my last question, as the next executive PRO, how will you prevent fake news from spreading in the Lasallian community during this online setup? Okay, ulitin ko lang ulit yung question. As the next executive PRO, how will you prevent fake news from spreading in the Lasallian community during this online setup?
I can prevent fake news through fact-checking talaga muna. Kasi uh, very evident ang fake news ngayon. And bago mag-post, kailangan mo lang intindihin at tignan yung source at citations. Ayun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Paula.
Thank you so much po, Mr. De Las Armas. Lastly, we have Mr. Allen De Silva, the site governor, to ask Miss Mindanao's question.
Ayun. Good afternoon. Rinig ba ako dyan? Okay. My first question, currently the budget that we are using are remaining budgets from the past batch of SG administration. With that situation, there is a possibility that there will be a lesser budget for each college council for the next academic year. How would you utilize or maximize your council's budget to provide the best service among your students?
Ayun, unang-una talagang pinarioritize namin yung mga kailangan ng mga estudyante, yung mga must-have ng mga estudyante. At talagang when it comes to budget, syempre kailangan priority yung ang talagang kailangan ng mga estudyante. Kasi for next school year, isa sa mga naging plans talaga namin, yung mga activities na kaya naman ng ibang organization, ibibigay na lang sa kanila. At yung talagang responsibilities na student government, yun yung doon kami nag-focus sa mga initiatives namin and platforms. So, I am certain din na ma-allocate namin ng maayos yung budget kasi yun nga, sabi ko, nag-focus kami sa mga kailangan, sa must-have ng mga estudyante. Yun lang. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Another follow-up question lang. How likely would you consider partnerships with the CSO? Kasi sabi mo, 'di ba, ang term mo is ibibigay na lang sa mga other organizations like that. How likely would you consider partnerships with them rather than giving them the activity?
Hindi lahat ng platforms or activities namin naman ay ibibigay. Parang i-minimize lang namin. And collaborations naman, for example, yung mga leadership programs, yung mga activities na for welfare of students, yun yung i-consider namin na i-collaborate sa CSO.
Okay, thanks. Last question siguro, or if may time pa. Currently, CBIM has the most number of students in terms of population. With that, how can you assure that all of the students will be connected and no one will be left behind?
Ayan, yung mga initiatives nga namin, isa sa mga in-integrate namin sa initiatives namin, in-assess namin kung ano yung mga kailangan ng mga estudyante. And given the large population of CBIM, ini-aim talaga namin for next year is to reach them out through program coordinators and class mayors. Bukod sa mga, yun nga, given the initiatives, parang naisip namin na may certain group lang na nagfo-focus tayo at hindi natin napapansin na may mga estudyante na hindi naman privileged to raise their concerns or experiences or opinions sa mga initiatives na yon kasi social media platform ang ginagamit. So, meron kami mga initiatives to reach them out, and through the help of program coordinators and class mayors ay talagang mini-make sure namin na ma-reach out lahat ng estudyante sa CBIM.
Ayan, thank you so much po, Mr. De Silva, and that sums up our Q&A portion from the Executive Council. Back to you, Kim.
Thank you, Isa, and thank you to our Executive Council, governors, and candidates. Wow, that was really intense and probably the most nerve-wracking portion in today's Tapatan 2021. Don't you agree? Don't you agree with me, Ate Sofia and Vera?
I totally agree with you. If tayo pa lang sobrang natense na kanina, 'di ba? What more ang ating candidates? So I hope you're okay, candidates, fighting lang because I assure you that the next portion is lighter than the next one.
To ease our candidates' mind and enjoy the rest of this event, finally, we will be moving on to the Fast Talk segment.
For this segment, we're only asking for the candidate for the executive president and for the candidate for the governor position.
Remember, candidates, think fast, choose the first thing that comes on your mind.
No explanation needed, and this is just for fun.
First, let us now call on Mr. Dale Fernand Castillo for the Fast Talk.
Hello po,
Hello,
good
Dale. Are you ready?
Probably. Yes po. Yes po, I'm ready.
Okay, so for today's Fast Talk, we would be focusing on the concept of governance. This may include political issues and even your opinions for today's remote learning setup. So here are the questions that we have prepared for you. And again, remember to think fast. We will start in 3, 2, 1. Asynchronous or synchronous?
Synchronous.
Lockdown or shutdown?
Lockdown.
Read or lead?
Lead.
Equality or equity?
Equity.
Health of the society or health of the economy?
Health of the society.
Online classes or face-to-face?
Face-to-face classes.
South or west?
West.
Individual or by group?
By group.
And for the last two questions to spice up this fast talk portion, ACADS or LACADS?
ACADS.
GWA or JOA?
Pwede both. Joke lang. GWA muna for now.
Alright, nice job, Dale. Thank you so
Thank
much
you
for
po.
joining us in this fast talk portion.
Thank you so much.
Yan, we can really observe where your focus is based on your answer. So, bye, Dale. Again, thank you to you, Mr. Dale Fernan Castillo.
Now, let us now hear from Ms. Mitch Mindanao. Again, we will be focusing on the concept of governance. This may include political issues and even your opinions for today's remote setup. Hi, Ate Mitch.
Hello,
Are you
good
ready for
afternoon.
the Are you ready for the
Yes,
fast talk?
yes, ready.
So here are the questions. Here are the questions. And again, remember to think fast. We will start in 3, 2, 1. Academic freeze or academic is?
Academic freeze.
Online class or face-to-face?
Face-to-face.
Say or act?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Say or act?
Act.
Say or Cash aid or community pantry?
Ano?
Cash aid or community pantry?
Cash aid.
Power or sympathy?
Sympathy.
Power. Kalayaan or kapayapaan?
Kapayapaan.
Speak or write? Speak or write?
Right.
Idealistic or realistic? Idealistic or realistic?
Idealistic.
Yes or no to death penalty?
No to death penalty.
Chocolate or ice cream?
Chocolate.
Congratulations, Ate Mitch, for a job well done. For sure, napahanga mo yung mga Lasallian viewers natin sa way ng pagsagot mo. And I believe na kung gaano ka kabilis sumagot, ganon ka rin kabilis mag-act and mag-solve ng concerns and grievances ng mga fellow Lasallians natin. So once again, thank you, Ate Mitch.
Wait, candidates, please get ready because we are not yet done with all of you. Diba, guys?
Yes, kasi we still need our candidates to deliver their closing statements.
So for the closing statement, every candidate should state their name, the position they're running for, their party list, and finally, the statement answering the question, bakit ka namin dapat iboto?
Please bear in mind that each candidate is only given 3 to 5 minutes to deliver the remarkable closing statements.
So I hope you are all prepared because we will now start to hear your closing statements.
Once again, presenting the candidates for student government
Again, I am
academic.
Mary Zolo A. Azor, third-year college student, running for the position of BS Legal Management Program Coordinator under the SEBIM Council. Given these challenging times, I am proud to be one of the few people in today's Tapatan who has taken the courage to be here and give my service to the Lasallian community. I am not a perfect student, nor so a leader, but I believe in my ability to learn from others and my passion in what I do. I do not see this as a task to fulfill, but a road to journey with my fellow Thessalians, especially with my co-candidates present in this tapatan. Thank you and good day.
Hi, I am Antricia Sandino from the College of Cebu, running for BS Entrepreneurship Program Coordinator of the Youth Party. Minsan alam natin sa sarili natin kung karapat-dapat nga bang iboto ang isang kandidatong hindi tayo ganun kapamilyar, lalo na pagdating sa pamumuno ng isang student body. At kung aabot ba siya sa ating sarili-sariling pamantayan. Ang masasabi ko lamang ay, iba talaga pag ang isang kandidato ay humagat at may purong intensyon na maglingkod sa kanyang kapwa-estudyante. Karapat dapat akong iboto dahil alam ko pumasok ako sa posisyong ito dahil sa calling na nakita ko. At kinakailangan pa din ng estudyante ng isang leader na pakikinggan sila, respetuhin sila sa kanilang mga desisyon at pananaw at magtuturo sa kanila sa tamang direksyon. Kailan pa man ay hindi nawala ang pagkakataon na hindi na kailangan ng estudyante ng isang leader. At gusto kong patunayan na kahit ngayon lang ako pumasok sa isang student government na ito, mapaninindigan ko ang aking posisyon. Hindi man ako ganun ka-perfectong leader, handa naman ako matutunan ang iba't ibang paraan upang mas mapabuti ko at mabigyang servisyo ang aking kapwa-estudyante. Sabi nga nila, there's always room for improvement. Let us not settle for less because once you start learning, you'll never knew what greater achievements you could become. Again, my name is Antricia Sandino, running for BS Entrepreneurship Program Coordinator from the Elite Party. Maraming salamat.
Muli, ako si Jan Elaine M. Baliwag, tumatakbo bilang BSBA Marketing Management Program Coordinator of Elite Party. Dapat niyo akong iboto dahil sa kabila ng lahat ng bagay na walang kasiguraduhan sa nangyayari ngayon, ang paglilingkod, pagiging bukas lagi para magserbisyo sa aking kapwa mag-aaral upang magkaroon ng isang masaya at makabuluhang akademikong taon ay ilan lamang sa mga bagay na sigurado ako. Maraming salamat.
Once again, I am Giancarlo S. Agapito from the College of Business, Economics, Accountancy, and Management, running for the position of BSBA Financial Management Program Coordinator under the Elite Party. As a student, I understand that we all have struggles and hardships. We all want an ideal system that provides to our needs. I have been in your shoes, and I have felt all of the hardships, the stress, and the doubts that was brought to us by the current online learning system. Running for the position of program coordinator, all of your concerns and suggestions are heard and well considered. I assure quality service and security all throughout the academic year, and I will be doing my very best to provide the needs of the students. Once again, I am Giancarlo S. Agapito from the College of Business, Economics, Accountancy, and Management, running for the position of BSBA Financial Management Program Coordinator under the Elite Party.
I am Clarence B. Magliat, a third-year BSAIS student running once again for BSAIS program coordinator from the Elite Party. This coming SG election, you should choose me as your BSAIS program coordinator because I have always been for the students. There has always been this strong desire in my whole being to serve the students. I want to help with the planning, creation, and implementation of school events and programs for the benefit and betterment of every student. It equally goes for the school administration and its initiatives for the students. If given the opportunity to serve as the PSAIS program coordinator, I will encourage students to engage in democratic processes, civic responsibility, leadership, problem solving, and teamwork. Together with the student body, good intentions combined with effective communication, determination, and a positive attitude can result in a strong connection that yields only excellent. I've seen it happen, and together we are going to make it happen at our school. And as I said earlier, walk the talk. There's no space for empty promises. Once again, I am Clarence Libangiat, running for BS Accounting Information System Program Coordinator from the Elite Party. Laging pipiliing maglingkod ng may katapatan at kahusayan. Thank you and good afternoon.
Once again, I am Carla Katrina A. Arellano from BS Accountancy, running for the position of BSA Program Coordinator of the Elite Party. If my fellow students will choose to vote for me, I can only guarantee them that all of them will be heard and prioritized. I will also make sure to serve them with all that I can and encourage them to speak up for themselves and to also listen to other people to have a better understanding on how each one of us views different kinds of situations in life and help each other to find a solution. I also want to enlighten the minds of other people that we should always have the initiative to start improving something because nothing will happen if we will always wait for others to do something. I believe that it is now the time for all of us to contribute to the change we want to see by cooperating with other people and being open to each other's opinion. Thank you.
Hello, once again, I am Ethan Jetrati Hamiro, aspiring for the position of Sabine Finance Manager from the Elite Party. I am humbly asking for your votes so that together we can create a fruitful college experience that is built on the collective voices of students, that is empowered by involvement, improvement, and interdependence. I will do my best in fulfilling my duties and responsibilities as a student leader and to serve with your best interests in mind. Let's get through these tough times together and let's get the best out of each other. Thank you.
Due to technical difficulties, let us proceed to Mr. Clark.
Hello again, everyone. I am Clark Parol, running as the CBIM Vice Governor from the Elite Party. With the problems we are experiencing, it is hard to enjoy our free time and moments with our family and friends. The pandemic also made it harder for us to cope up. Therefore, it is best that we should choose someone who understands and acts with persistence to be with us. And I want to be that person, which everyone can rely on. I know the struggles we are living, and I want to make change for the things and become better. Because I aim for all of us to value each second of our lives and make us realize that we can do everything. Luckily, I have gained the necessary experience and skills in leadership necessary to make sure that I can be of help. And along with the whole elite party, we are willing to be at your service. We want to amplify your voices, unleash your capabilities, and bring satisfaction to our college lives. We hope that you will let us all do that kind of service for everyone's benefit. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Again, I am Hannah Kisha H. Mosca from the College of Business, Economics, Accountancy, and Management, running for your next CBEAM secretary from the Elite Party. I just would like to leave you a simple message that just like bread and coffee, cheese and spaghetti, Hannah Kisha with the Elite Party, you'll get to taste a service with 100% responsibility and consistency. Leadership called and I answered. Thank you and good afternoon.
Hello again, good afternoon. I am Mitch Norlin Armindanao from CBIM Department, and I am running for the position of Governor from Elite Party. You should vote for me simply because I am genuinely interested to help and be in the service of my fellow students, especially those whose voices cannot be heard. I have always seen this as an opportunity to develop and establish progressive steps as I have observed and understood what needed to be improved. More than this, it is also my goal to provide an opportunity to let students speak their mind and freely express themselves in a community where they will not be judged nor criticized for what they believe or how they feel. I am willing to reach each and every student within CBIM, empathize with their needs, learn about them, and do everything that I can to make sure they feel represented and included. This is the goal I wish to fulfill. I know will not be an easy task, but my heart is strong and my will is determined to represent my fellow SBIM students. I am very committed with this position and I am ready to face all the challenges for SBIM. Once again, I am Mitch Norlin Armindanao, running for the position of SBIM Governor from Elite Party. Thank you and good afternoon.
Hello, ako po muli si Paula Renesi Pascual, second year student ng EB Communication Arts at lumalaban po ako sa posisyong Executive Public Relations Officer mula sa Elite Party. Tumatakbo ako dahil I want to create bigger change by listening to my fellow students. Gusto kong mag-serve sa kapwa ko estudyante lalo na sa pandemyang ito. I am here for the students para hindi lang maging leader sa kanila, ngunit maging kapatid, kaibigan, dahil makikinig ako sa kanila. May mga lapses man po ako as an individual, kaibigan, estudyante at anak, ngunit ginamit ko iyon para maging stepping stone at para mag-improve. Sabi ko nga po kanina, hindi nagsastop ang learning sa loob ng paaralan. Ang pagtuto ay life learning o continuous learning lagi. And I am willing to be educated nga po with everything para makapagsilbi lang po. Maraming salamat po at magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat.
Due to technical difficulties, we will proceed with Miss Dane.
Para sa aking pagpapakilalang muli, ako si Dane Luis Maderazo mula sa Partidong Elite, tumatakbo upang maging susunod na Executive Treasurer para sa susunod na taon. Sa tulong ng aking 2 taong paglilingkod sa aking mga kapwa Lasaliano, Mas namulat na ako kung ano ang mga pangailangan ng aking kapwa mag-aaral at mas namulat ako sa mga nararapat na baguhin, isaayos at alisin. Dahil dito, alam ko na mayroon na akong mas malinaw na pangitain para sa aking mga kapwa estudyante at dahil dito ay alam ko na mas magagampanan ko ang aking responsibilidad at mas makapaghatid ng serbisyo na sa kapwa ko estudyante ay karapat-dapat. Sa huling pagkakataon, kumakatok sa inyong puso mula sa Partidong Elite, tumatakbo bilang susunod na Executive Treasurer, Dean Luis Maderazo.
Miss Ann Tricia Sandrino, you may proceed. Okay, let us first proceed with Dale.
Okay, so I'll start. Given this time, sabi ko sa sarili ko, hindi muna ako mag-construct ng closing remark or closing statement. Even the opening statement that I uttered a while ago, it is not well constructed. Sabi ko, from what I know and from what I want, I will speak through my heart. And this time, I am speaking through my heart na ako po si Dale Fernand Salapari Castillo, tumatakbo at lumalaban bilang Executive President ng Elite Party List. At ngayon po, nais kong sabihin muli ang aking laging sinasabi na para sa daily service na maasahan, sa daily concerns na matutugunan. Dale Fernand Salapari Castillo. Ngunit ngayon po, nais kong tanggalin lahat ng sinabi namin. Very controversial na wag niyong tandaan lahat ng sinabi. Ang tandaan natin ngayon is you have the right to vote. You should vote us. No, you should not just vote us kasi kami lang yung mga kandidato. You have an option. You have the right to vote and you should utilize your right to vote, your right to suffrage. Ito pong mga pangyayari ngayon ay isa lamang foundation or baseline data on how you can assess us. But it's already in your hands. Kung ano man po itong gagawin natin, kung ano man ang mga nangyayari, it's all in your hands. We are urging you not just to vote for us, but to exercise your right to suffrage. Kami man ay nag-iisang partido na tumakbo, pero you still have a choice. You have a choice and your choice is within your hands. So muli po, ako po si Dale Fernand sa Pari Castillo at para sa daily service na maasahan, sa daily concerns na matutugunan. Muli po, humbly asking your Executive President of the Elite Party. Maraming salamat po and God bless.
Next, Miss Shane, you can proceed.
Magandang hapon po. Muli ako si Shailene Andre Uy mula sa College of Business Economics, Accountancy and Management, aspiring to serve you again as Executive Secretary running under the Elite Party List. Matapos lahat ng nasabi at naipresenta kanina, gusto ko lamang po kayong anyayahan, I urge na i-exercise yung vote nyo, yung right nyo to vote. And sana pagbigyan nyo kami muli na pagsilbihan kayong lahat. Yun lamang po at maraming salamat.
Lastly, we have Miss Francis Ann Portugal.
Again, good afternoon po sa inyong lahat. Ako si Francis Angie Portugal, running from the Elite Party as the Executive Auditor in the Student Government Executive Council. Bakit ako dapat iboto? Simple lang, dahil ang pagbibigay ng serbisyo sa aking kapwa estudyanteng Lasalliano ay desisyong pinili ko dahil gusto ko at alam ko na ang mga rason na ito ay sapat para magawa ko ang mga tungkulin at responsibilidad sa posisyong tinatakbuhan ko bilang executive auditor. And also to give focus on the primary concerns of the student government, which are to promote, protect, empower, and advance the students' rights and welfare. Maraming salamat po.
Ayan, so may I just say that you are awfully prepared today. Anyway, thank you, candidates, for those warm and impressive closing statements. Now that we have come to the last portion of this event, of course, we also wanted to hear our panelists' message for our candidates. Starting off with Miss Frances Sculia.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me well? Yes. So, good afternoon, everyone. John C. Maxwell once said, "A leader is someone who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way." For this afternoon, the candidates clearly prove that they are capable of leading us to a certain destination which will empower all students. As a representative of the Council of Student Organizations, I am glad that the candidates collaborate with other accredited organizations so that we will all be able to achieve the mission and vision of our institution. In reality, some students are afraid to share their thoughts and opinions, but let the voices of these students be heard through the leadership that these outstanding candidates can offer. Remember, there is really no such thing as a smooth mountain. Expect that you will meet hundreds of challenges along your way, and when that happens, go back to your purpose. Go back to your vision. Para kanino mo ba 'to ginagawa? Para kanino ka ba bumabangon? And always remember the four I's. Siyempre, kung meron kayong letter I's sa platform nyo, meron din akong letter I's. Inspire, influence, involve, and impact. Serve as an inspiration to other people, influence them with your leadership, be involved in their stories, and leave an impact to your community. Somebody believed in you, so you need to make the most out of it. Give your 100% commitment. 100%, not 50, not 70, and not 80, because partial commitment is not commitment at all. To our candidates, always have an undaunted spirit and a passion burning for service. Thank you, and may God bless you all.
Thank you so much, CSO. Now we have the Student Discipline Formation Office represented by Miss Joanne Paulette G. Pexon.
Okay, thank you so much. First, let me congratulate the Comelec for the success of Tapatan 2021. Job well done, guys. Okay, for our SG Executive Council candidates, congratulations to all of you, and I am also very proud of you for stepping up to meet the challenges of the student body. There are still a lot of projects and programs that need to be done and improved for the welfare of our students, most especially now in the new normal, which is continuously evolving. We are utilizing the power of the internet, and I hope that you will use this as an advantage to promote academic excellence, camaraderie, resilience, and most especially positivism among your fellow students. Being a leader comes with a great responsibility, and I hope that you will always be cautious with your words and actions because a lot of students look up to you as their role models, and your actions will have an impact on them. And to our dear incumbent student leaders, thank you very much for your years of service. The year 2020 was truly a challenging year for all of us, and as student leaders, I am confident that you have grown in many aspects, most especially in your leadership skills. Your leadership journey doesn't end here. I hope that you have found your experience as Lasallian student leaders empowering. Excuse me, as you embark to a far larger and greater journeys ahead. That's all. Thank you so much. And again, congratulations to all of you.
Thank you so much po, Miss Joanne. Now we have College Guidance and Counseling Center represented by Miss Maria Teresa Medina.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Sorry. Yan.
Good afternoon. So congratulations to the DLSL Comelec. Congratulations to the present student government. And congratulations to the running figures for this years, for next school years, SG. You have a great responsibility at hand. I know it may be difficult, but with all your zest and the passion for service, I believe that you can do it. You have all the support that you may need, no, from all of us. So don't hesitate to ask us also from the guidance. I've seen in your platform that we have a lot to collaborate on, and it's good, no, because we are still seeing that probably we'll still be continuing with the online learning, right? And all the struggles that all the students may be facing right now, no. Although hindi siya ma-alleviate agad-agad, but you know, with all the help and support coming from students as well, and with all the support services, faculty and staff and administration, I'm sure that we can endure and pass all these trials and challenges. So kudos to all of you and congratulations.
Thank you so much for such inspiring words, Miss Medina. Let us all welcome once again Laya, represented by Mr. Reden Raz.
So, napakaganda ng mga nabanggit ng ating mga panelists at lubos ang aking pagsang-ayon sa mga mensahe nila. Para naman sa Laya, sa panahon na nagsisimula pa lamang kami bilang isang bagong organisasyon at sa pagsusulong ng mga usapin sa kasarian para sa ekwalidad at laban sa diskriminasyon, hindi sapat ang isang taon upang maitrabaho lahat ng pangangailangan para sa mas progresibo at inklusibong institusyon. Nangangailangan ito ng tulong at suporta ng mga opisina at mga organisasyon sa ating paaralan. Kaya ganoon na lamang ang aming pasasalamat sa DLSL Comelec para sa ganitong aktibidad. Ninanais namin sa Laya ang pagkakaroon ng higit pang puwersa at suporta para sa aming mga adhikain. At ang student government ay isang napakagandang plataporma upang masagot at maaksyonan ang pangangailangan ng ating mga estudyante para sa ligtas at inklusibong espasyo para sa kanila. And to our SG candidates, I hope you will think deeply and consider on all the matters that Laya has mentioned about the need for SUGI SC responsive leadership. And let me emphasize that we do not just want you to work on that goal, to work for that goal. We also want you to work with us. What we want is for this batch of SG official to work with us, and this is to tell everyone that our commitment to establishing a more inclusive society is not a sole responsibility of a single group. It must be a collaborative and the collective efforts of those who share the same vision and goal. We are one with you, SG. Also, may this conversation remind you of the importance of proper representation to hear the needs and demands of different groups in our institution. We hope that this batch of leaders will be different and will provide a platform to voice out the needs of our students and groups, to address those concerns and to ensure that your leadership is responsive and intersectional. And actually, upon hearing your platforms, I am very happy and have high hopes for this group. So expect Laya to demand those advocacy and projects from you. But keep in mind and in your heart that Laya will always be in service with you, the whole student government body, in cultivating safe and inclusive spaces for all. And will you always have the heart and spirit to serve our community. Ayun lang and maraming salamat.
Thank you so much po, Mr. Raz, for your very fruitful and inspirational message for our candidates. Next, we have Leila Salian Lumieres, represented by Ms. Lilette Martinez.
Hi again, candidates. I've observed na more on grievances gathering and data dissemination yung proposed activities niyo for academic year 2021 and 2022. I was, to be honest, expecting na meron kayong defined problems or defined big concerns and meron kayong concrete actions for that. But yes, iba-iba tayo ng diskarte, kaya I'll wait for your invitation. I'm willing to be involved din sa mga dialogues and to have deeper discussions sa concerns namin as working scholars. I would also like to pinpoint the idea na before mag-add ulit ng information, make sure that every student ay na-absorb muna yung mga existing information. So, yes, it is really good to know that there exists this group of people who are truly willing to serve the Lasalle community. I can see nervousness sa inyong faces nung sumasagot kayo or nagde-deliver kayo ng speech. But what I also see students who can be great leaders and change makers if you learn to balance every crucial aspect and if you carefully assess the needs of each or majority of the students. So good luck and congratulations na pala, Comelec. And in behalf of all the working scholars, thank you for considering us and thank you for getting ahead.
Thank you so much po, Ms. Mortanes, for delivering those information to our candidates. Now let us call on Committee on Elections represented by Mr. Nino Angelo Lescano.
Hello, good afternoon everyone. So first of all, gusto ko mag-congratulate sa inyo for the success of the event. Part kayo ng success ng event. And to share it with you lang, the idea of kaya tayo nagkaroon ng ganito, na meron tayong galing sa different sectors, is that in DLSL Comelec, we have realized how important the collective ideologies is. How important it is to have different perspectives in providing a proper and concrete solutions in the problems of the institution, not only in this institution, but in our community. First of all, I would like to extend my sincerest gratitude and adoration to all of you who took the courage to run for this academic year student government. Kahit iba yung platform na gamit natin ngayon, we all know that inspiring, serving, and empowering is really hard as we individually have our own struggles and challenges in our respective lives. However, we still have made this far. Jumping into the unknown has always been one of the challenges of life. For the sake of service, you have explored the bliss and courageously stand and uphold students' rights and welfare. And with that, I really, really adore this 15 candidates for the next academic year, for the next student government for the next academic year. I hope if you will be either appointed or elected, you will always seek for knowledge and wisdom in everything you do. Serve and dedicate it to the highest being, as your works will be offered for his name. Also, please encourage and empower students to have their respective advocacies, to collaborate, to appreciate every perspective available. Nurture good relationship with other organizations, because now I can see your burning passion for service. Please don't allow any form of criticisms, challenges, and struggles. Take that fire in your heart to serve. And with that, I am wishing you all the best of luck. The LSL Comelec is looking forward for the success of your terms. I can see a clear objectives and purpose from you candidates to lead and empower. Let us all help each other to rebuild our community, to rebuild our country by being involved and engaged in certain issues of the day. Be more vocal, be more conscious, be more involved, be more empowered, be the inspiration. And with regards to the comment to Aimulat, I hope in constructing your context of your webinar, please be more conscious, please be more critical in creating subjects, in creating the theme of your on the theme of your Aimulat, on whatever it is. Make sure that it will be related to now. And also, please don't let that fear inside. If ever you have fear of being red tagged, of being afraid of being called out by the government, no, you have the right. The Supreme Court, in all of their decision, protects the freedom of freedom of the press, freedom of the to express, freedom of the speech. And we as DLSL Comelec, we have never been afraid of giving and educating other people if it is for the benefit of others, if it is for the benefit of the whole community. And regardless of that, you should always be courageous. You should always be more knowledgeable of the things of the rights that you have, so that other people or other authorities will not be able to oppress you. And with that, the LSL student government candidates, I am rooting for you for the next academic year. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for such inspiring words, Mr. Lescano. Next, we have student government represented by Mr. Carl Adrian Tolentino.
Again, good afternoon, everyone. So this is Carl Adrian Tolentino, the outgoing executive president of the student government. So for all the candidates, thank you for being brave, for being up to the challenge to lead the Lasallian body amidst this time of pandemic. To be given this opportunity is at times intimidating, but its eventfulness, it is a learning opportunity for all of us. It is a chance to give our fellow Lasallians a memorable school experience, a platform to voice out their concerns, and a way to come up with a solution to the issues that we, the youth, are facing today. So I'm hoping for the best for all of you. If ever that you will be elected, I hope to continue. I hope you continue the legacy of the past administrators, the student government administration, which is to envision a student body that constantly exercises its power and actively participate and engage in the Lasallian community's governing party. Also, I'm hoping that you also adhere to the duty of promoting new platforms and aimed towards the student empowerment and welfare, and call for the involvement of the student body in pursuit of the growth, formation, and excellence of the Lasallian community. So I am proud in this that I may not be part of the next batch of the student government, or Lugin or other incumbent officers now may not be part of the next set of officers, but reach unto us and rest assured that we will still lend our hands to you.
Thank you, Mr. Tolentino. Last but not the least, we have La Voxa represented by Mr. Joshua Perez.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the Comelec and congratulate them for the success of this event, the SG Tapatan. And thank you for inviting us, inviting all panelists, including the Voxa, in participating to, in the interpellation and the free column and suggesting things and asking things to our running candidates. And of course, I'd like to thank our present administration, SG administration, and at this point give challenge to the candidates in the next year's SG. As we embark on a new semester a few months from now, it will be yet another challenge to the whole student body in dealing with their academics in yet another remote learning setup. More so, the threats on our health, economic, and mental condition, which are also caused by the worsening situation of the COVID-19 pandemic, create a bigger necessity for our student government as the highest student governing body to step up and make itself felt by the students, not just simply echoing our school-related grievances or concerns, but rather taking necessary actions in alleviating those things. May you, candidates, truly uphold the values and principles of free speech, promote all of the students' rights at all costs, and exercise true democracy for the benefit of the students. May the SG in the upcoming academic year be proactive in fighting for the student body's best interest and give satisfying answers to these challenges. That would be all. Again, thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much, Mr. Perez, and thank you once again to all our panelists. I'm sure your words of wisdom have ignited their zeal for service. Candidates, we hope you bear all of their messages in mind. Now, back to you, Kim.
Thank you, panelists, for that very inspiring and constructive message.
I hope our candidates have learned something from our panelists' message and advice.
Yes, we can really see where they're coming from, what they're pushing, and what their advocacies are, right?
That's right, Vera. Our panelists are really inspiring, and I hope that not only our candidates, but also our viewers have learned something. From that, thank you, panelists, for not only participating in today's event, but also sharing your concerns and interests to the said topic.
To formally end our program, we will now have our closing prayer to be led by Miss Anjanet Lanes, our DLSL Comelec co-chairperson, to be followed by the singing of the alma mater.
Let us put ourselves in the most holy presence of the Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord, we thank you for the gift of life today. We thank you for the wisdom that was shared and acquired here today. Through the intercession of the Holy Spirit, may you continue to guide us as we use the wisdom and knowledge given to us. We ask you to guide us in deciding what is best for the community where we belong to by electing the leaders with the truest intention to serve. And Lord, please also continue to look upon us and our families in everything that we do today and in the future. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Saint John Baptist de La Salle, pray for us. Live Jesus in our hearts forever. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, amen.
Hail, hail, alma mater, hail to De La Salle. We'll hold your banner high and bright, a shield of green and white. We'll fight to keep your glory bright, and never shall we fail. Hail to thee, our alma mater, hail, hail, hail. Hail, hail, alma mater, hail to De La Salle. We'll hold your banner high and bright, a shield of green and white. We'll fight to keep your glory bright, and never shall we fail. Hail to thee, our alma mater, hail, hail, hail. Hail to thee, our alma mater, hail, hail, hail.
Thank you, everyone. Stay safe and take care.
I am Kimberly Flores from the DLSL Comelec CBM member.
And I am Sofia Agulto, the DLSL SEYES co-commissioner.
And I am Vera Jane Sampson, the DLSL Comelec Con Commissioner, together with Isa Labrador, the DLSL Comelec SEYES Commissioner.
Signing off as your host in today's event, Tapatan 2021.